Monsieur le ministre de la Santé de la République fédérale d'Allemagne.
Small and medium enterprises, SMEs, are the backbone of European economy. They're not just an economic model, but a social one too. With a rapidly changing economy, new business opportunities need to be grasped. Collaboration between Africa and Europe is more important today than ever before, developing direct contacts in order to build trust. Together, we can create better conditions for business opportunities, with common goals to boost economic and social cooperation. To do this, we need ideas to foster investment policies between Europe and Africa. We want to nurture hope for a new success, stimulating private investments towards a sustainable economy. Shared values based on a new culture of respect for the environment and for human beings. We must look at the future, educating next generations. And we are working to build a new entrepreneurial spirit with new jobs, inclusive growth, and social stability. All this will be possible only investing on entrepreneurship, vocational training, and investments. Our goal is to bring together European and African entrepreneurs, encouraging them to cooperate and co-invest, and supporting them to create alliances and joint ventures. A sustainable future means acting together. EU-African SME Summit 2021.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here from Rome, October 22nd, the second day of the EU-African SME Summit 2021. Welcome everybody that is connected from remote, from more than 15 countries at the moment, as far as I know. We are very happy to continue today with the day of business. Let's talk business today. We want to investigate a little bit further which opportunities are on the table, which challenges might also lead to intelligent business ideas, and therefore also to enrich not only the individual companies, but also, of course, the countries and communities that are involved. Today on the stage is with me Mr. Karim Bentaou, Head of Merck Group Africa. We will talk later. First of all, I would like to give the floor to a welcoming address by Mr. Jens Spahn, the German Health Minister, the Federal German Health Minister of the German Republic.
I'm delighted and honored to be invited to give a keynote speech at the EU-African SME Summit. Just one question. Would it have been conceivable 2 years ago that the German health minister could be invited to speak at an EU-African summit on cooperation with small and medium-sized enterprises? Probably not. I'm sure that today, in light of our experience with the global pandemic, no one even thinks twice about it. What has happened? The SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus spread worldwide and infected people. Millions of infected people died as a result. The pandemic has shown how vulnerable we are, our health, our society, and our economy. For the past year and a half, the pandemic has kept us on our toes. It's having an enormous economic impact, not only on the global economy, national economies, corporations, but also on small and medium-sized enterprises. Coronavirus has, above all, taught us two things. One, the importance of robust and resilient healthcare systems. Robust and resilient healthcare systems are also the precondition for economic development and cooperation. So it's not just costs, it is investments to finance good, especially primary healthcare systems. Two, viruses do not respect borders. This virus is only defeated when it is defeated everywhere in the world. Cross-border health threats must also be fought across borders. Therefore, we must do more together toward global health. Germany has become a leading global health player in the past decade. In October last year, the German government adopted a new global health strategy, which is the basis for German activities in this area until 2030. In addition to topics like fighting antimicrobial resistance and strengthening the world's capacity to prepare for and respond to cross-border disease outbreaks, the strategy also addresses the issue of the fragmented global health architecture. We are convinced that a strong and well-equipped WHO should be the leading and coordinating agency in global health. Multilateral approaches to improve people's health worldwide are central to Germany's global health strategy. But it also emphasizes the importance of partnerships between Germany and African countries and organizations. In this regard, I should mention the G20 Compact with Africa, which was initiated under the 2017 German G20 presidency and aims to promote private investment in Africa. Cooperation is also taking place with the Robert Koch Institute, Germany's Public Health Institute, and the Africa CDC, the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The aim of this cooperation is to jointly develop and enhance core skills in global public health. Since Africa CDC is a supranational institution, our cooperation indirectly serves to strengthen all African healthcare systems. It is above all about the transfer of skills. It is about empowerment. Empowerment is also the key word when it comes to vaccine manufacture. Our joint aim must be to place the African states in the position to build their own production capabilities, for example, through cooperation schemes. The granting of licenses does not do the job. A license is still not a vaccine. Manufacturing sites, skills, cooling facilities, and much more is needed to produce a vaccine. In addition to long-term cooperation schemes, donations remain an important factor. The commitment of partners within the framework of the COVAX initiative must be expanded further. Vaccination is a chance for the world to find a way out of this pandemic. The first COVID-19 vaccine to obtain a worldwide license was developed in Germany by a medium-sized enterprise. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the backbone of the economy both in Europe and in Africa. They provide growth through their innovations and entrepreneurial spirit. And in so doing, they lay the foundation for wealth and stability. However, for economic development to take place, healthcare systems must function. Health security is a significant locational factor. Let us work together to achieve these goals. I wish you all the best.
Yeah, we thank the German Federal Health Minister Jens Spahn for this interesting welcome address. Indeed, we will discuss this aspect of the role of health and also the supply chain connected to the production, for example, of vaccines later on. But now, the next speaker is Mr. Mr. Koudia Gueye, the Secretary General of the Ministry for Youth of Senegal. He will also talk to us through a video. It is very important to take note here about the fact that we are talking about the Ministry for Youth. You know that the average age in Senegal is below 20. That means a huge amount of young people which are looking for a job, looking for a future, and which the ministry has decided to support with very interesting programs. And Mr. Koudia Gueye, Secretary General of the Ministry for Youth, will now explain them to us. Thank you very much.
Monsieur le ministre de la Santé de la République fédérale d'Allemagne, Monsieur Gerd Müller, ministre de l'Économie, du Développement et de la Coopération de la République fédérale d'Allemagne, Monsieur le Président du Conseil national du patronat Sénégal, Monsieur le Directeur général de COTAF Portugal, Madame la représentante résidente de l'Union européenne, Madame, Messieurs les représentants de la Fondation Konrad Adenauer et de la coopération allemande, chers décideurs, chefs d'entreprise, représentants d'industrie, investisseurs, il m'est particulièrement agréable de prendre part aujourd'hui au nom du ministre de la Jeunesse, Madame Néné Fatoumata Tall, à travers ce vidéo-message au sommet hybride UE-Afrique sur les petites et moyennes entreprises, organisé dans l'optique de créer un climat favorable aux investissements, avec des partenariats pertinents, des avantages pour tous et avec des outils de financement, des incubateurs, etc. Je voudrais, à l'entame de mon propos, transmettre les remerciements de Madame le ministre et ses félicitations au Comité national du patronat du Sénégal et à la coopération allemande pour l'invitation et pour cette idée novatrice d'offrir aux petites et moyennes entreprises européennes et africaines des opportunités d'échange, d'investissement, de commerce dans le but de contribuer efficacement au développement de nos pays respectifs. Permettez-moi aussi de magnifier le travail remarquable consenti par les gouvernements africains et leurs partenaires européens depuis la première édition tenue en 2019 à Bruxelles, dans le renforcement des échanges commerciaux et économiques entre l'Afrique et l'Union européenne avec une approche innovante. Je salue la démarche qui sous-tend la tenue du sommet UE-Afrique sur les PME, qui consiste à recentrer l'opinion sur un nouvel acteur prometteur de la coopération économique internationale pour le développement des petites et moyennes entreprises en Afrique et en Europe. Ces derniers auront le potentiel de contribuer massivement au développement économique de nos pays, en devenant également la colonne vertébrale de la croissance économique africaine, comme c'est déjà le cas en Europe. Cette rencontre qui se tient présentement et qui réunit décideurs politiques et représentants de l'industrie de haut rang contribuera sans aucun doute à renforcer le rôle des PME sur ces deux continents et le rôle des entreprises collaborant dans le cadre d'une coopération intercontinentale permanente. Chers partenaires de l'Union européenne, le sommet qui nous réunit aujourd'hui nous permet d'apprécier à sa juste valeur votre engagement à participer de manière constante aux côtés des gouvernements africains à relever de nombreux défis qui nous interpellent dans la dynamique de faire de la promotion des petites et moyennes entreprises le substratum de toutes les actions entreprises pour l'émergence de nos pays. Cette dynamique corrobore la vision de son Excellence, le président Macky Sall, qui considère l'investissement et le développement des PME comme un élément important pour atteindre les objectifs du plan Sénégal émergent et du PSE Priorité Jeunesse. Pour traduire cette volonté du président de la République, le ministère de la Jeunesse s'est aussi engagé à travers ces programmes à participer au développement de l'employabilité et à l'insertion socio-économique des jeunes par la réduction des disparités de genre et de territoire à travers des initiatives préservant l'environnement et les ressources de la nature. Mesdames, Messieurs, chers invités, l'urgence de l'insertion socio-économique des jeunes pour en faire des acteurs de développement doit s'accompagner d'une politique et des stratégies de formation et de renforcement de capacités en vue d'améliorer leur employabilité. À cet effet, la mise en valeur des ressources et potentialités territoriales, les financements accordés à la cible jeunesse et la promotion des initiatives entrepreneuriales participent à l'opérationnalisation de l'axe 1 du PSE, transformation structurelle de l'économie. Ainsi, le développement de l'entrepreneuriat et de l'auto-emploi des jeunes à travers ce programme phare qui se trouve être le PSE priorité jeunesse se matérialise par la formation des jeunes, l'accompagnement technique et financier des PME de jeunes dans des secteurs aussi variés que l'agriculture, le numérique, le commerce, l'agrobusiness, les BTP, les services, etc. Dans la mise en œuvre de ce programme, le ministère de la Jeunesse travaille par le biais de ses supports techniques et ses services transversaux établis au niveau déconcentré sur divers projets et programmes en rapport avec la promotion de l'employabilité, de l'auto-emploi et de l'aide à l'insertion socio-professionnelle par la formation, le placement et l'appui aux initiatives économiques des jeunes. C'est tout le sens des stratégies déclinées dans les axes 2 et 3 du PSE priorité jeunesse qui visent à favoriser une école de réussite viable, stable et pacifiée, d'offrir une qualification professionnelle à tout jeune sortant de l'école ou d'une structure d'apprentissage et à encourager l'insertion socio-économique et le développement de l'esprit d'entreprise et de l'auto-emploi des jeunes. Mesdames, Messieurs, le souhait de Madame le ministre de la Jeunesse est que la jeunesse puisse profiter au mieux du sommet, avec un accès au système de formation amélioré et renforcé dans un futur proche. Les jeunes constituent un levier important pour disposer d'une main-d'œuvre qualifiée et favoriser l'essor de nos économies. Le transfert de compétences, la spécialisation et l'amélioration des pratiques dans les formations professionnelles sont importantes et représentent des facteurs de réussite pour tout secteur et pour en arriver à un climat favorable aux investisseurs et aux investissements. Il paraît crucial aux yeux de Madame le ministre de trouver la stratégie pour avoir une main-d'œuvre qualifiée et des spécialistes sur place dans nos pays pour des productions locales de bonne qualité. C'est dans ce sens qu'il faut adapter les systèmes de formation professionnelle en tenant compte de la demande et des besoins de tous les secteurs de l'économie. Les entreprises, me semblent devoir intégrer dans la formation professionnelle dans leur stratégie de succès et d'y participer en offrant, par exemple, des formations spécialisées et des stages pratiques. Je suis persuadé que ce sommet prendra en compte tous ces éléments et permettra de consolider les acquis et d'acquérir de nouvelles opportunités tout en renforçant notre engagement dans le développement de nos chers pays. C'est pour cette raison que Madame le ministre de la Jeunesse, Néné Fatoumata Tall, demeure convaincue que les participants à ce sommet ne vont pas déroger à la règle. Vous allez, Madame le ministre en est convaincue, impacter les économies africaines en suscitant une transformation positive et en assurant une durabilité des politiques et stratégies développées dans nos pays respectifs. Je vous renouvelle la disponibilité du ministre de la Jeunesse, Madame Néné Fatoumata Tall, de faire de cette plateforme UE Afrique un partenaire privilégié de son département, notamment dans le cadre du PSE Priorité Jeunesse afin de réussir le pari de faire de la promotion des PME le soubassement d'un modèle de développement économique et industriel porté par les jeunes. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Koudia Gueye, Secretary General of the Ministry for Youth in Senegal, who has read for us the speech of Mrs. Fatoumata Tall, the Minister for Youth of Senegal, regarding the best wishes for our works and the programs initiatives of the Ministry for Youth, for the Senegalese youth, to help them to develop their own business, to become owners of a piece of land in the landside, in the countryside, and to start to become entrepreneurs. I would say let's now go forward to the hard facts. We would like to discuss this morning, before we switch to the roundtables, where we discuss about single topics. This morning we would like to discuss with other speakers about the opportunities that are on the table for European entrepreneurs, for African entrepreneurs, which can be very interesting and should be taken into account in planning an investment or a new venture in Africa. First of all, our guest is Mr. Jens Schmidt-Kreie, the Deputy Head of Division, Special Initiative on Training and Job Creation of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Welcome, Mr. Schmidt-Kreie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moritz, for the warm welcome.
Good morning. Would you like to please explain us a little bit what this special initiative on training and job creation of the German Federal Ministry is all about?
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts with you on how our ministry, the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, supports SMEs in Africa through this special initiative. Of course, as Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, we have a development goal, and the development goal is to create employment in our partner countries in Africa. And but we realize that SMEs, they are the key to create sufficient employment. That's why SMEs are very important partners for us by implementing our special initiative. And I would also emphasize that today's summit, today's summit, for us comes at the right moment in time, as we are rethinking and reinforcing the potential SME sphere for economic development in Africa, and also for the economic cooperation between Africa and Europe. And we have realized that despite this enormous potential SMEs have, the often employed term of the missing middle describes the still deficient infrastructure that SMEs are facing in many of our partner countries. The business opportunities are severely hampered by a lack of access to finance and specific support. And this is despite the fact that SMEs constitute more than 90% of all companies in Africa and employ about 60% of all workforce, including many women and youth in Africa. And considering the high capacity to absorb labor force, SMEs are for us a very strong partner in creating sufficient job in a continent where 20 million workers are entering the labor market each year. And this labor market and the workforce is forecasted to grow even further. By 2030, it's expected to grow to 600 million people. And that figure highlights the need and importance for creating job opportunity and further future prospects, especially for the younger generation. And since 9 out of 10 employment opportunities are provided by the private sector, it is obviously that we as a ministry need this partnership and that this partnership is key for us to create sustainable employment in our African partner countries. That being said, SMEs are for us the job engines on the African continent, and therefore we would like to support them more and give more attention to them. This is where the special initiative on training and job creation comes in. We work together with businesses to identify specific obstacles to their investment. And together with them, we'd like to develop customized solutions to remove those hindrances they are facing. And we have the toolbox of our development cooperation and also the network of our development cooperation to help removing those hindrances. We started in 8 partner countries in Africa now, and a special initiative, we are offering a wide range of instruments in development of our development cooperations with the private sector. We are focusing on decent employment opportunities for young people in Africa and fostering local entrepreneurial activities. The special initiative emphasized the role of private sector and private sector cooperation. By promoting the competitiveness and sustainability, the special initiative is strengthening SMEs in its mission to build what we call in German, African Mittelstand. In Germany, the Mittelstand is the backbone of our economy, and we want to support our partner countries to strengthen their own Mittelstand. Through a range of projects and approaches, the special initiative lends direct support to SMEs through training and advisory measures, but also access to finance and funding opportunities under our synonym Invest for Jobs. In practice, we help operating SMEs by improving working conditions, skills development, employment recruiting, and support across our partner countries. And at the same time, we also promote young startups through supplying funding opportunities to business, paving the way to shrink the missing middle. Since we started back in 2019, our special initiative has developed joint training and employment projects with almost 650 companies, most of them, of course, SMEs. And those companies come from Africa as well, from Germany and Europe. And our goal is to create 100,000 new jobs in our 8 partner countries. And I'm very happy that with our support, these 650 companies are already ready to create over 57,000 jobs and 10,000 of them has already been realized. So I think this can be a success story, this new cooperation between SMEs and German Development Corporation. And I want just to give you an example how we work and to make it concrete. Salma Furniture, an Ethiopian company active in the wood and furniture manufacturing, they're facing a lack of qualified personnel in the wood processing and furniture manufacturing sector. And they're not the only company facing this lack of qualified personnel, but many other small, medium-sized furniture factories in Ethiopia are facing this. And so we brought them together, and since the existing education and training system does not sufficiently cover the practical aspects, we developed together with them a new training center, and we are now addressing this specific lack of qualified personnel. And we developed together with the private, with those SMEs, this training center. And we also included other partners, vocational schools around Addis Ababa, also the Addis Ababa University. And so around about 1,000 people, including unemployed, unskilled youth, women, workers from other factories, and students from the university are now trained in this training center. And how the graduates either find a job at Salma, which initiated this cooperation, or another furniture factory, or they started their own business, and only because we offered a tailor-made solution to this challenge. And so even through the Corona pandemic, as a special initiative, we could support SMEs like the one I talked about by applying appropriate hygiene and spacing measures in order to maintain production and training activities. And this is just one example on how ongoing COVID-19 crisis has been highlighting the urgency of our mission to build back better. And when we talk about build back better, the SMEs are also very important partners for us. Being confronted with the economic effects of the pandemic and the associated reduced willingness to invest in the partner countries, the special initiative has proven itself highly adaptive and effective. In the short term, we were able to support around 3,000 companies with 125,000 employees in maintaining their jobs, and many of them, of course, are SMEs. So in the year to come, the special initiative will make use of this flexibility to address the most pressing current and future issues, such as climate protection, vaccine production, or digitalization within the activities. And again, by doing this, SMEs will be very strong and important partners for us. Minister Spahn mentioned that the first vaccine, Corona vaccine, had been developed in Germany, and now with this company, we are hoping to build up production for vaccine in Africa, just as one example. So I'm truly convinced that today's event will contribute to EU-African economic relations cooperation in the future and fosters active exchange. And as Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, through our special initiative, we are hoping for new impulse for our work. And let's continue this summer's fruitful agenda of creating joint perspective and employment perspectives in Africa. So thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you great success at this summit.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Schmidt-Kreie, but let me just fix the most important points here, not to forget them. The program is open to all European companies that want to invest in Africa, correct? Or let's say, to be precise, that want to invest in 8 countries in Africa, which are Tunisia, Ethiopia, Morocco. Senegal.
Yeah, Tunisia, Morocco, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Rwanda, Ghana, Egypt. I think that's it. I hope I didn't miss one.
No, I think. And the internet address is invest-for-jobs.com.
Oh, right.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, there you can find all the information and get in touch with our teams, either in the partner countries or in Germany or in Brussels.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for this very interesting opportunity. I think the European companies should use that to not only create jobs, of course, which is a very, very positive and interesting side effect, but to start their investment on the African continent, in this case in these 8 countries which have signed together with the German government the agreement on this program. Why is job creation, of course, not only an interesting side effect, but exactly what we consider the right approach for SMEs to start investment in developing countries, especially in Africa. We call this the shared value approach. You have heard yesterday already Mrs. Tiki Barnard of the Shared Value Africa initiative. We as European entrepreneurs have chosen also this approach because we think it is the best way, it is the most interesting way, and also the most, let's say, socially and politically acceptable way to start an investment in a developing country if you address a development challenge, let's say lack of water, lack of energy, lack of access to health, with a business idea, and try to turn the development challenge into a successful business. And this, in doing that, contribute to solve the sustainable development challenges, the sustainable development goals that the international community has set out. And one of these goals is access to health. And Mr. Karim Bentaou from Tunisia, as I remember well, he's the head of Merck Group Africa. Merck Group, as you know, is a very big company in the pharmaceutical area. And he would like to elaborate a little bit on how a company like Merck can cooperate with SMEs in Africa and in Europe. Please, Mr. Karim Bentaou.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Morans, for the question and the invitation. Good morning to all the attendees. Yeah, we, the biopharma industry in general, we have been at the forefront of this crisis during the pandemic. And the key word was really cooperation. And this cooperation between the entire pharma industry allowed us to bring to the market a vaccine in 6 months. It was not easy. We had to disclose some very confidential knowledge between us, but we've done it. So we learned how to cooperate in order to serve better the worldwide health situation. Indeed, and you mentioned it, and it has been mentioned by the previous speakers, today an average of 50% in developed countries of the population is vaccinated, while maximum 5% average in Africa in general, with some discrepancies between some countries, but still 5%. The day we realized that we will discover a vaccine, we organized COVAX. I'm sure that all of you heard about COVAX, and the purpose of COVAX was to avoid this unbalanced vaccination program. But unfortunately, COVAX has missed its target because, for a simple reason, because some of the countries organized the export ban of the vaccine. And one of the biggest manufacturing capacity in the world, it's India. And we used India, and we thought that we will be able to use India to supply all the missing doses today in Africa. It didn't happen. That's reflect, in fact, the political issue. We need really to have some capacities spread out throughout the African continent. And for that, you know, with the CDC of the Africa Union, the Center for Disease Control, which have done a tremendous job, we decided to have six factories in Africa, one serving the northern part, one serving the western part, one serving the eastern part, and one serving the central and southern part. So that's the current program. The name of the program, the acronym is PAVM, and it's easily, you can easily find it on internet if you Google PAVM CDC. But this required also to set up a different ecosystem. Africa is very fragmented. It's a fragmented market. It's one of the issues. I mean, you have always issues related to economy of scale. 54 countries, 54 regulation, 54 registration. You know that any drugs should be registered. So we really speed up, and then we have seen a tremendous acceleration of the AMA. The AMA is the African Medicine Agency, which allows a central registration. And under the leadership of Michel Sidibé, who is an amazing guy, the AMA was ratified, and now we can start to think about central registration. And I think the first candidate, the first dossier will be the vaccine dossiers. That's very good news for the investors. That's very good news for the partnership. In the meantime, you will hear, we don't have money, we need to finance, we are suffering from lack of money. Not at all. 4 billion have been released by the World Bank and the IFC, and 1 billion from the European Union. I mean, 5 billion is a tremendous amount, is a huge amount to build factories. We have also to be responsible. We cannot build empty stadium. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. We need really to define, and it's now clearly defined. So, the approach from practical point of view, and I'm sharing this with any investor in Africa, any pharma player, or any investor who would like to become a pharma player, it's a stepwise approach. The bottleneck in the production of vaccine is the filling, you know? Filling the vial, filling the syringe. That's a bottleneck. Because producing millions of liters of vaccine is easy in bioreactors. So we have to start in Africa with fill and finish unit of vaccines and biotech products. That's the start. And just to give you an idea, I mean, it takes not more than 24 months to have a fully ready-to-use fill and finish unit in any country of Africa. Therefore, this is a call. The financial tool for all these investments is the Afrexim Bank and the African Bank of Development. So I think people should get in touch and really realize and invest in this fill and finish unit, because we need to be ready for the next pandemic. I don't know when this will happen. I'm not aware, but I'm sure that we have really noticed that we have been extremely weak in our health system. This is also a recommendation to the authorities and stakeholders in African countries. They should never consider, after the lessons learned from this pandemic, the health as a cost, but it's an investment. The economies of the countries collapse. People are jobless just because the health system was weak and nothing else. So, once again, the door is open. I've seen several, I'm really aware about several negotiations ongoing for fill and finish unit, for full process also. Full process, it's also possible when you have already fill and finish experience. That's also something that you can consider. Germany is very well positioned for that. They are supporting the Institut Pasteur of Senegal. They have a program. We have a program with Merck together in Ghana for a fill and finish unit. We as Merck, we never developed a vaccine, but we developed, as a science and technology company, we developed a kind of a fill and finish unit that we can, with a biodisposable bioreactors that you can use, that you can set up in 24 months in any country of Africa. So that's a bit that I wanted to share with you here, Stephen. I mean, there is a huge potential. We have to be ready. And once again, health, it's an investment, it's not a cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karim Bendaou, head of Merck Group Africa, and for your very interesting thoughts regarding the cooperation in the field of vaccine production. Of course, also in the making available health products and services in African countries, which is one of the sustainable development goals which we as European entrepreneurs, together with our partners in Africa, PACCI, are pursuing strongly, and which is one field where we invite companies to take the challenge and to invent business solutions, or also to join supply chains with Merck and other companies to solve imminent, direct, concrete problems of today, to deliver in the very complex supply chain of vaccines, like against COVID-19. Now from remote is connected our Vice President of European Entrepreneurs CEA-PME, Mr. Jorge Portugal. He's the Executive Director of COTEC Portugal, our member in Portugal, the Association for Innovation. Please, Jorge Portugal, tell us a little bit what is your thought regarding the opportunities or also challenges that Africa poses to European SMEs? Your microphone. I can't hear.
Good morning, Stefan. Thanks for having us here. Are you getting us?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, fair enough. Good morning, Stefan. Thanks for having us here, and congrats for organizing this timely conference. We are very, very enthusiastic and excited about the possibilities of this cooperation with between the two continents, the twin continents, as one says. We find that there's a lot of room for working together, and specifically in the economic development. We see that we find, and look at Africa, we see a vibrant and willingness for entrepreneurs to develop projects. We find exciting ideas, number of opportunities. So what is lacking for all this energy come through and become transformed into economic value? We find that we need technical knowledge, technical assistance. We find that it's needed capability building in terms of managerial capabilities and technology in specific areas. All these, and also, of course, mentoring and access to best practices, because the point is not to reinvent the wheel. The point is to learn from who is doing the best, who are the front runners, and to mimic and to make it better. So we see in Europe, specifically in countries that are in areas, for instance, where climate change and climate adaptation is becoming more and more urgent, like the southern countries, and in areas and economic areas like agriculture, we find a very good experience that can be also shared with entrepreneurs in Africa. So first, we believe that there is energy. Europe has a lot of instruments that can be deployed, but I would like to focus on what I say the secret sauce. The secret sauce are the brokers, the facilitators of investment, and organizations can bring together. Entrepreneurs can bring together training, and we in the previous panel we spoke about instruments to promote training people, and facilitators that can promote exchanges between entrepreneurs. We find that in Africa there is a number of entrepreneurial hubs that are emerging. In Europe, there's a number in many countries, and I'm talking from speaking from Portugal. We have a vibrant entrepreneurial startup hub in many areas. So what is missing is we connect these hubs, and for that we believe that organizations that are within European entrepreneurs, an organization like COTEC, are suitable to promote this facilitating role in connecting entrepreneurs from Africa and Europe. It's the best way, I believe, it's the best way to learn and to fast track business capabilities, is to connect people that are already doing the same, already achieving the same goals. So in areas like precision farming, which is mainly the major agriculture is the major sector in Africa, that needs to evolve in terms of application or adoption of technologies like crop management, information technology, algorithms to predict, to reduce the risk of hazard events, to improve and management all the improvement of the products and so on and so forth. We believe that we can find in Europe very good examples, and we can promote a fruitful exchange in this area. And with that, to speed up the level to accelerate, as we say in entrepreneurial language, to accelerate the development of this kind of business and to promote capability building for entrepreneurs. We see the same. Agriculture is just the major employment sector in Africa, is one of the critical areas where investment is being channeling. But we see, for instance, in manufacturing, also the same path. We see that in Europe there is technology, and there is business expertise in areas like shoes, manufacturing, shoes, furniture, or apparel, which can be brought by African entrepreneurs in order to build companies that can replace imports and can supply the African market and abroad. We find an extraordinary opportunity, the free trade agreement that is in place now. We see that in opposition with the European market, European internal market, in which 80% of the trade is within Europe. In Africa, only less than 20% is trade within Africa. So not only to serve local markets or regional markets internally in Africa, but also to export. And we find an extraordinary opportunity in platforms, in digital platforms, to commercialize and to commercialize at fair prices. The products that will be produced both from agriculture or other sectors. So I will summarize. I will just try to focus on this role of. There is a lot of programs, a lot of instruments. Europe is making the best to promote support in all these areas, training, financial support, all that. But we find there is missing a critical piece. That is, organizations, associations, business associations can make the brokerage, can facilitate the implementation and the connection between African entrepreneurs and European business SMEs for exchange, for cooperation, and for partnership. So we find that this exchange can be done in terms of missions of bringing African entrepreneurs to European hubs, to visit companies, to exchange, to create connections, to create partnerships. And we know that this is done by putting people in contact and putting people together. So all in all, my main message for addressing this huge opportunity is basically we have to bring also associations and we in COTEC we have more than 18 years helping innovative businesses and entrepreneurs to get the most from innovation and business competitiveness. So my best suggestion here is that at European entrepreneurs level within the European Commission to bring this capability for bringing together African and European entrepreneurs and to promote this exchange in terms of capability building, mentoring, best practices, and as well finding finance for developing specific projects.
Thank you very much, Jorge Portugal, our Vice President of European Entrepreneurs and CEO of Cotec Portugal. I'm very happy that you also quoted in your elaboration on the opportunities for European and SMEs to invest in Africa on the sector of agriculture. Indeed, agriculture is one of the subjects that we would like to treat today in the roundtables, which are, as you say, opportunities to exchange, to connect, and even, of course, also to understand how an opportunity is concretely to be understood in Africa, for example. I mean, there are different conditions, dimensions, climate differences, transport systems which change definitely from Europe to Africa. But also then from agriculture, you said precision agriculture, we go forward to the fact that, first of all, we need also, let's say, basically energy to produce maybe energy for the pumps, for the water, or also for a fridge, for the secondary transformation of the agricultural products, before we then maybe market them, and marketing them as well as managing a company, we need also digital solutions. So these three subjects, digital economy, renewable energies, and agriculture are the subjects of our roundtables that we will start now. I thank you very much, Mr. Karim Bentaou. You are not obliged to sit here today the whole morning with me. You can, of course, but thank you for your intervention. And thank you also again to Jorge Portugal from Portugal, from Lisbon. And have a nice day. And we start now with Thank you. We start now with our first roundtable on digital economy. And I'm very happy to welcome here my discussants, Mrs. Nafissatou Tine, the CEO and founder of Sunulex, the African legal database. Hello? Mr. Ibrahima Sissoko, the CEO of HILT Technology from France. Sunulex is a company that is seated in Belgium and in Senegal, as well as Mr. Klaus Dellmann, the regional director for Africa of Mühlbauer Technologies. We will now explain what each of these companies do. First of all, maybe welcome Mrs. Nafissatou Tine. Your company Sunulex offers a database for legal information. What is, how does it work, and what is your special service that you can deliver?
Thank you for having me. Indeed, Sunulex offer access to the largest database of African legislation. What do we do mainly is we collect, we digitize, and we put in a database all the legal African information available for law students who need to write their thesis, or for lawyers who need to do some research in order to provide advice to their client. And in the meantime, since I'm a lawyer, I also provide advice to companies that need to go to Africa in order to help them settle their company there, write their contract, and just help them to understand the African context.
Okay, thank you very much. And what was, for your understanding, let's say, the biggest challenge in setting up this platform, this database?
Yes, in fact, there were not only one challenges, there were many challenges, in fact, to settle this database. Finding the information in Africa is a big struggle, not only for legal practitioners, but for almost anyone, in fact, a struggle to find the good information, since the most interesting information for entrepreneur and investor are not centralized and digitized in a reliable place for investor and entrepreneur. So for me, as digital entrepreneur, yes, finding the reliable information was also one of my struggle, but then since I have some experience, I know where to go to find them, and I know where to go in order to have the update of my database. But as many other entrepreneurs, I think that one of the biggest challenge maybe is to cope with the problem of connection, so the internet problems, the connectivity in Africa, but also just find some funding. Yeah. But I think that that's one of the struggle of many entrepreneurs, not only in the digital sector. Okay. Also, one of the other maybe challenge that we got is to make people understand what is the value of the information. In fact, our database is mainly used by a non-African user because mostly when we go to universities or when we go to law offices, they don't understand what is the value of having the latest information and a reliable information. So I think that maybe the politicians have also a role to play in this field to educate the people on what is the real value of information and accurate information.
Yeah, that is a very important value, I would say, especially if you invest money and you want to be sure that you don't lose this money very soon because of a small comma, half sentence in a law. And that is a very valuable activity that you're doing. Indeed, I can imagine that it is not working like maybe today the European Union, which publishes all and every regulation and directive and communication of all institutions on its own website. But you must go through 54 countries in Africa and collect information from, I don't know, 25 ministries.
We just started with the French-speaking countries. We
Okay.
just started with the French-speaking countries.
Okay, with the first 3 countries, which are Senegal?
No, the French-speaking countries.
French-speaking.
So,
pardon.
yes.
The whole francophone countries.
So
Okay.
we have gathered the information of 15 French-speaking countries, mainly, in fact, the countries that are member state of the OADA area. So the OADA area is, in fact, an area where 17 countries apply the same business law.
So you are the Google for African law. Great.
Yes,
Thank
you
you
can
very
say
much.
that.
Yeah, that's good. I will come back to you. I would like now to switch over to our colleague, Mr. Ibrahima Sissoko, CEO and founder of HILT Technology. Mr. Sissoko, your services that you deliver for Africa, how do they work?
In Africa, hi, nice to meet you. In Africa, my service is for supporting IT and for supporting for education. I develop software in Ivory Coast for people who go to school and for collegian and lyceum. This permit to collect data, and this data permit to know what the students want to do, not now, but predictive model.
Okay. So your company delivers exactly the service of digitalized planning, or also on data. You elaborate on data, yeah?
On data. I started in France, but now I work with Ivory Coast. I work with Senegal, and I want to develop all the countries in Africa who speak French. I agree with Nafissatou that to collect data is very important for us, and very important for everybody to know what we have to do in Africa.
Okay, can you
because it's difficult, it's expensive.
Can you make a very concrete example on one sector, on one service that you deliver?
I developed a software for education. This software, when somebody wants to connect with the software, is very expensive.
Yeah,
it's very expensive because data is expensive in Africa, like to see Nafissatou. But what we have to do, we have to develop a new concept with AngularJS. AngularJS is a new technology permit to storage data in the navigator. This permit allow a student to download all the all the courses.
Okay, Mr. Mühlbauer.
I think that you are talking about the price of the internet.
Yeah.
Yes, the price of the internet.
The connection. Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Mühlbauer, you instead, you are, let's say, a company working in two fields. You are producing hardware and software. Your company produces the hardware to print passports, but also the software to read out these passports, and together with the whole database which is behind it. Would you please explain us a little bit better?
Yes, so basically, thank you for being here and participating. Yes, so we are a German high-tech company, which is basically a solution provider, or OEM, original equipment manufacturer, and solution provider in the identification and security solutions business. And so basically, our company has started with manufacturing machinery that is able to produce security documents, basically ID cards, passports, driver licenses, and so on. And so in line with that, by the time, clients also in Africa, basically the government of Uganda approached us first, was also interested in our, let's say, complete solution, not just our machinery, but also our solution, which includes software. So that brought us basically to a whole new level, and also business in Africa, so that we offered our complete knowledge, on the hardware and software level. So what we basically do is, depending on the needs of the client, so we are able to personalize passports, for example, or provide machinery for the passport personalization. So if a government decides, they want to personalize at, let's say, the demographic and also biometric data of their citizens by themselves to the passport, and then, let's say, print it, then we provide this, machinery, and also including the software. So then they do it on ground in Africa. So this is quite a range of customers do it. So we have clients basically across the continent. Uganda is one country, Congo, Kenya, South Africa, Algeria, you name them. And so then there are also other clients who basically say oh, okay, we don't want to personalize it, we need the complete production solution. Then we could also basically do it for them. So there's, for example, an example in South America, where we do it, where we basically also do the personalization of the documents. So we can also produce the documents for the passport, let's say the booklets, if this is needed. So then they not just receive the machinery for the personalization, but we also produce them the booklets for them. This we do in several factories around the world, in Europe, North America, China, and Malaysia, for example. Yeah, so that's basically this solution that we offer.
You are globally active. Africa is only a part of your market. Yep. You are the regional director for Africa. Maybe I stay immediately with you. So we have invited these three entrepreneurs, Mr. Soko, Mrs. Tina, and you, because we want also to highlight that in the field of digital economy, we don't talk only about apps and online services, downloading something. We have here very specific solutions in the field of education, in the field of legal information, but also here, let's say, business to government. You deliver very important tools, hardware and software.
Security solutions.
Yes, which are, let's say, in the field, in the interest of the government. So there are opportunities in all these sectors. And I would like to, you have already said, let's say, that what your business is about, but maybe also to you, like to Mrs. Tina, what is, for your understanding, the biggest challenge, or was the biggest challenge that you had to address in developing your business in Africa? Mr. Mühlbauer.
Well, I think one of the challenges is always building trustful relationship to partners.
Yeah.
This takes time. We usually need, our products, are not products that you buy from the shelf in the supermarket. So it's a quite complicated solution, and it's quite complex. And so you have to convince people of your solution. So that requires quite a significant set of knowledge, also on side of the client, to really understand the solution, what it is about. So about hardware and also software. So there is quite an extensive part of digital, let's say, solution behind it, and to understand that requires quite a lot of knowledge, and then there's also, as we are dealing like with governments, governments are also exposed to elections, so there are elections, government changes, etc. And so to maintain good relationships and also to build trust requires time. And I think it's not. I think maybe when we talk about digital economy, it's basically
the old economy.
To some extent, quite simple. It's a lot about trust between human beings.
Yeah.
If you trust someone that he's not going to cheat you, or that he provides something to you that he promises, and which is reliable, then you have a deal. And I think, and this is something, apart from, let's say, the digital component, which is the underlayer of our business.
Yeah.
I mean, we have quite done a good job over the years, and this is some aspect. Then, another aspect is, I would say, is of course, foreign currency issues. This is also challenges our clients face. I mean, it's regularly not in their hands. The foreign exchange rate, when this is fluctuating, and we're regularly billing them in hard currency, that can be challenging. And regularly, I mean, we have always find solutions with our clients, to let's say to find a way so that they can sustain the relationship, that we can sustain services, that we can sustain periods of hardship. So this is what is our approach. As we are experienced in Africa, we are aware of that, and we are a financially strong company that is able to deal with it to a certain extent. Yep. And then maybe the third thing is, as I said, it's technological knowledge, and I think this is also what we try to support our clients with, is also knowledge transfer, so that we build also capacities on the side of the clients, in the technical domain, to be able to handle the technology.
Yeah, I imagine that you have then to help them to adapt the whole software to their own management system in the ministries. But you said it correct, very interesting. Let's say we are talking about digital economy, but we are talking also about a very basic aspect of business. So getting the right into the right relationship with your client. Maybe you need facilitators to do so, following up in educating also your client about your product, like Mrs. Tine said already before regarding the legal information. And also Mr. Sissoko, I think also in the educational field, your interlocutors, the people that you are talking with, of course, are government, and so you have to develop the government relations, I guess, as well as also explaining them how to integrate your product into the educational programs. Is that a challenge, or is that quite easy?
Yes, it's a challenge, because we have to speak with the government on take the requirement of all you need on all you can do. But when you want to do something, no, it's never a big problem. You have to think about population, what local issue, and work with native people. If you don't work with native people, you cannot do something. You cannot understand what he need, and what you can explain and develop your product. To today we work in education, but the group in technology want to enlarge his business on work with energy, on hydrogen, because we think that hydrogen is the future of energy. On some on green energy, or some society, some company in Ivory Coast, in Senegal, and in Allemagne, in Germany, work with this subject. Yeah. It's a very big subject.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, thank you. Maybe now back away from the challenges, which are, of course, let's say also the source of why maybe you had to invest a little bit more, but then maybe there comes out a special advantage, and that's the reason why you are still active on the African market. Mrs. Tine, how do you think will your company develop in the next years, and why do you have, for your understanding, a competitive advantage?
I believe that Sunulex will be the platform where everyone will go, the reference platform that allow everyone to find legal information, whether it is a law practitioner that can find the laws, the case laws, etc., or just a normal citizen who can find an information that is explained in a non-technical way. Also, we hope, since you talked about it, we hope to be able to work with government. I'm going to tell you a story in Senegal that really happened, because since you got some Senegalese official who intervened in this forum. So, in fact, one day last year in Senegal, during the Ministry Council, a minister proposed to talk about a new law, a proposal of law. But then during the discussion, the President Macky Sall just found out that this text had already been discussed in some way. And what happened is that they called the Secretary of the government in order to ask them, do you maybe have an idea if we talked about this subject, did we adopt this thing? And it took 3 weeks to confirm that the text in question was already adopted and published. So but it's funny, but it's not that funny, because in terms of security for investor or entrepreneur, it's not that funny at all to know that a government is not able to monitor the text that they are adopting. The same happened in Guinea. 2 years ago, it was almost impossible for even the Secretary of the government to find the last version of the constitution. So if such government would work with a company like us, Sunulex, who digitize, who has the tools and the know-how on how to collect, organize, publish the text in an efficient way and in a reliable way, and to update the information, because that's the problem. Updating the information is one of the problems. I think that we would have much more security, and our countries, so Senegal or other countries in Africa, would have much more securities that would attract investors, and yes, that would maybe favorize, I don't know if favorize exists in English, but that would be a most favorable to entrepreneurs.
Favorite. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting stories that you tell us, but indeed that is also the reason why your service might be very competitive. But before I go also to the next two speakers, I would like to remind the audience that you can raise questions in the chat, in the Q&A, and in some minutes we will also give the possibility to read and answer some questions by our speakers in this roundtable, and we do that also in the next roundtable, so you can always ask questions in the Q&A. Mr. Mühlbauer, what is your understanding? I mean, of course you are producing a product which is very key to many governments, and if it is, let's say, the world-leading quality, they most probably come easily to you. But of course, anyway, there might be still space for development. What is your outlook for the future? What do you think is feasible in Africa, and what, let's say, conditions would need to apply in order that it will get a very good business? Your microphone.
Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Now, well, I mean, to us, it's definitely like a market to grow, and as you know, we offer like a competitive solution to our clients. I think you know what clients realize more and more is that as let's say OEM and complete solution provider, you know, we are able like to handle their challenges out of one hand. So we have regularly competitors of us, you know, do not manufacture the machinery themselves that are integrated into also digital solutions. So they have to buy regularly the machinery from us. So, and then, you know, they use their, for example, their software and their project management know-how, like to integrate it into a solution that is demanded by the government. Yep. Mühlbauer is able like to do everything out of one hand, and I regularly like to compare it with Apple. So Apple also have started like to build like, let's say, design the hardware and the software themselves. So which makes it a very let's say stable system, and this is pretty much what also Mühlbauer is about. So clients that buy from us, you know, have a stable solution. And I think this is a very important and added value that we provide to the region. And I mean, there are quite a few governments who already appreciate that. And you know, I had the chance like to meet also the Macky Sall and also the president of Ghana at the G20 summit personally. And you know, what I came across is that also they drive in their countries the subject of digitalization, and I think this is also like a subject like to really like increase also security, as we are not just like into security documents but also into border control. I mean, this has been like an issue with the proliferation of weapons, you know, coming from Libya into the West Africa. We have quite a significant problem with you know, border security and terrorism, and our solutions, you know, help governments to counteract these challenges and to identify the people who are coming into the country and leaving the country regularly with the help of digital components solutions. So it's a combination of hardware and software. And so, yeah, I mean, we are in discussions with a range of governments into the region that are interested in digitalizing also their administrative processes. And, you know, we're talking here about different fields. I mean, it can start like with a digital health certificate in the context of, you know, COVID-19. So that they increase, let's say, the health security, also, you know, for travelers when entering the country or when entering a hospital, that you have basically a digital certificate that you can show. Then it goes also, you know, reforming and digitalizing, you know, areas like birth certificates. Those are typical, or marriage certificates. I mean, these are typical issues that are exposed to fraud. Governments in the region really have difficulties with fraud. Yep. And you know, with our solutions on a, let's say, software but also hardware side, you know, we're able like to increase security and also reliability, and this is also trust. And this is then we will, you know, I would like to close the circle and say like, well, investors are attracted to countries that are you know, that have like a, let's say, a trustful business environment, a reliable you know, environment. And then we come to the solutions also of my colleagues here in the round that are offering you know, legal services or legal digitalization solutions that contribute to the trust in the region and also into the government and the government services. And then it's a company like us, who offers solutions. And
so
we have,
sorry.
This is also something that I want to stress is that we also give a lot of responsibility also like to the governments themselves. So it really depends on them how much of the value addition they want to do themselves or they want us to do. We have also built like factories in Africa, for example, in Algeria for the security document solution. In the past, the government approached us and said, we want to do it ourselves. So, we basically built the factory there, we designed it, we consulted them, to build it. And then we sold them the machinery, also the software solutions, and now they can do it themselves. And now you could question, so, okay, what's the benefit for Renewable of it? Haven't you cut your own business when we give everything to them? And they can do it themselves. Well, basically, if you have a good relationship and a trustful partner, if the client comes back to you, they have to renew their machinery. They need updates for their software. So they're coming back. But we have created jobs there, high quality jobs there, and they can do it themselves. And I think it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mühlbauer. Mr. Dellmann.
Mr. Dellmann, yeah.
Mühlbauer. That is an interesting outlook, let's say, for the future. Indeed, everything that regards border crossing security, certification of your status, if it's the health status or your mobility status as an individual, that might even make mobility between countries a little bit easier when I think of the difficulty to bring our speakers here to Rome and to obtain a visa. And if we, of course, integrate these systems between different countries and also not only in Africa, but also between African and European countries, that would make the life easier. And as well, of course, also that requires also legal integration. So please follow up with Mrs. Tine in case you have a doubt about a law in a certain country. But
talking about legal integration, you may know that the African free trade area is now a reality. So the challenge would be, like in the EU, to find a way to adopt taxes that are applicable everywhere in the meantime, and coexisting with national taxes.
Yeah.
So that would be the biggest challenge of the next year. And Sunulex is there.
Yeah, great. Now, Mr. Sissoko, for what regards, let's say, your products, how do you see the future? What can the future bring to your company? Or have you already new projects, maybe?
Yes, we have a new project for the energy. And energy is a big challenge for Africa, but for the world. In Africa, we work with Ivory Coast, but West Africa is not mature, not now. But in Morocco, we work now for the future for hydrogen and and bring a software solution with our partner to make a software who can manage the energy in the engineering.
Okay.
And now for us, it's a challenge, and now for us, it's a challenge, and now for us, it's important to do this now for the future, 30, well, for maybe 5 or 10 years.
Very good, very good. So you help in automation of these processes, of this industrial engineering processes, which is very important. This comes also from your experience in France, where you have worked with big companies in that field. And I wish you all the best. I would like now to give the floor to our colleague, Mrs. Hannah Hodel. Have there been some questions from the speakers, from the audience?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we have quite a few questions. One is to any of the panelists regarding the availability of data for African entrepreneurs. What platforms are available to African SMEs?
To who is this question directed? To all panelists?
This is to all. This is to all.
Who would like to answer?
But yeah, I will try to answer maybe.
Sorry? Mrs. Tine, please. Mr. Delman.
Yeah, I will try to answer because I know partly the answer. In fact, there is no centralized platform gathering the information for SME to go do business in Africa. One of the challenges is that Africa is made of 54 countries. Centralization of information at the national level is not already done, and it's very difficult even at national level to find the information. Most of the time, I know that in Senegal we have an agency for SME, but then I don't know what it is about for other countries. And our agency for SMEs in Senegal exists since less than 5 years. So I don't know if this answered your question.
Yesterday we had the Minister of South Africa for Small Business Development. She might have also something to offer, but indeed there is a space for a new business idea in the field of SME information. Mr. Delman, you wanted also to say something about that? Did I get that right? No. Your microphone? We cannot hear you.
So, I mean, for me, it would also be, of course, if you talk about data, so needs to be specified what kind of data are we talking about. But I think, yes, my colleague, Ms. Sina, already kind of like made a good point. So it's basically, I think you still have to, you have to go out, you have to connect, you have to build your network and be strong about your product and your solution, and spread the message. I think.
But I could say
it's still a very basic thing. Yeah, I think like in the context of COVID-19, maybe we have been like more open, also like to the digital platforms to reach out and to connect. But it doesn't replace, the physical encounter between persons who want to get into business.
Definitely, Mr. Delman, that's true. But I might maybe be able to answer to this question a little bit. Our European Confederation of SME Associations, together with the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, PACCI, has set up the cooperation platform African-European-Entrepreneurs.com, where you can arrange B2B meetings like you can do today in the afternoon. And on this platform, of course, you can also contact then the offices and the colleagues of PACCI, for example, that have corresponding partner offices in 48 African countries, and they can help, of course, SMEs to get the feet on the ground and to meet then the right people, as you said. In the meanwhile, while we cannot travel yet, we can use the platform and build up necessary networks. Also, our member organizations like BVMW, like Comfapi, like Cotec, they have partners in Africa which can help them to arrange contacts. Mr. Sissoko, are you still with us, or I see your image frozen. Hopefully your connection improves. I would like to give to Mrs. Hodel again the possibility to tell us another question maybe from the Q&A to the speakers, the last one.
Yeah, we have a question addressed to Mr. Delman. You talked about the importance of building trust. Can you tell us about your experience and some lessons learned regarding the building of trust? What would you advise to European companies coming to Africa in this respect?
Well, I think it's the personal encounter. I think it's pretty much down to earth. I mean, you have to spend time with the country. You have to spend time with the partners and to develop a personal feeling, get to know each other. So it's pretty much I think down to earth. I mean, it's much about the common sense. I would say it's for my point of view, it's not rocket science, and I think. Well, what challenging is regularly, of course, getting access, to certain persons and decision levels. But I think this is also, try and error. You have to build your network. You have to get in touch. Try partners. See if they can help you. And it's all regularly also like trial and error. I think that's it. You have to. There's no right or wrong. You have to be there. You have to be available. You have to look around and meet people. I think this is like much about in Africa. You have to meet people, and.
Maybe like
share, of course, share your experiences and share your references. I think this is maybe that's something that comes to my mind. Share your references. I mean, we are quite open. I mean, we also tell potential clients. You can reach out to our clients. You can contact them. You can ask about us. How have we realized our job? Are they happy with us? So I think, so we are willing and open and transparent, also to provide references, people who talk good about us. And I mean, so I think that's fine.
Maybe I might add, like Mr. Portugal before has already mentioned in his speech, also the importance to meet facilitators. So people that can help you to understand, like Mr. Sissoko said, people that can help you to understand the country, the people, the culture, the normal use of things or ways of doing, which is very important, isn't it, Mr. Sissoko?
I'm sorry, but I have a connection problem.
No problem.
I know hear the question.
You cannot hear me. Okay. Then maybe
maybe it's the same. I can maybe also add on that. I mean, it's right. I mean, we have also worked, for example, with facilitators together that who are at home in, let's say, in both worlds, the European world, for example, and the African world.
Yep.
And who can let's say facilitate and explain your certain expectations of both sides. That's very helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
And also, maybe if I may add something, I think that the importance of the facilitator is also to explain the difference of code of communication, because the communication is not the same within Europe and Africa. The time has not the same value. The way we enter into contact with someone, we say hello in Europe like very quickly, and then we start the meeting. In Africa would be different, and that's these subtleties that the facilitator will bring.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tine. Thank you to everybody in the panel. Mr. Ibrahima Sissoko, sorry for the technical difficulties. Thank you, Mr. Delman from Mühlbauer AG. Thank you, Nafissatou Tine of Sunulex. I hope we meet each other also in Brussels for the next business forum of the European African Unions, which will organize in February their live and hybrid meetings like we did. Thank you, Mrs. Hodel. You will come back in the next panel. Also for the Q&A that can be asked there. I would like to hand over now the moderation to my colleague Winkate Muthini of the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and where she will talk with 4 guests about renewable energies and which kind of special conditions the market in Africa requires, but also chances that are there on the ground. Okay, thank you very much. See you later. Goodbye. Winkate, you are there. Please.
Yes, okay, great. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us for today's session. We are going to be discussing on renewable energy, and I have a quite extensive panel today, and I'm so thankful that they all made the time to be with us here. So just real quick, I would like to introduce our panelists for today, Mrs. Sabine Dalomo. She's a Chief Executive Officer for the Siemens Southern and Eastern Africa, and she's regarded as one of Africa's most influential women in engineering. She works tirelessly to push the continent forward in terms of science and technology by ensuring that innovative ideas are harnessed into tangible solutions for society. I would also like to introduce Mr. Bart Minser, who is the co-founder and CEO of Hello Solar, which is one of the first pay-go solar home system company in Ethiopia. Hello Solar is a pioneer of pay-as-you-go solar and an innovative system which aims to provide access to energy for rural population in Ethiopia. And last but not least, Mr. Ruggero Arico, I hope I said that well, in case of anything, just let me know, who's the head of institutional affairs for Europe, Africa, Asia, and Oceania in the Enel Green Power. So he has extensive experience in international relations, government affairs, and energy and environmental regulation and legislation. I hope you can be able to hear us clearly, yes? All right. So I would like to kickstart the discussion with the first question that you usually asked. And then I went looking into Google, what are the top questions when it comes to renewable energy? And the first question I found with regards to Africa was, can Africa leapfrog the fossil fuel industrialization into renewable energies? And I'd like to start this question with you, Mrs. Sabine Dalomo. What are your thoughts on that question?
Well, thank you so much, Kate, and nice to be on the panel, and hello to all my fellow panelists today. Yeah, look, it's very clear Africa can leapfrog into the renewable energy transition relatively easily because Africa does have a huge demand still on power. And as you know, more than 600 million Africans don't have access currently to electricity. And largely, electricity is currently provided around industrial applications, with the exception of a few countries like South Africa and Egypt, for instance. But looking at the COP26 preparation and the opportunities which are deriving from the African continent, and specifically the enormous amount of land mass available and the great conditions also partially for onshore and offshore wind, there is clearly an opportunity that Africa can leapfrog right into the new transition, because there is also a clear understanding that if we want to keep the increase in temperature on the globe at 1.5 degrees, then Africa cannot industrialize like China, like India, and any other countries in the developed world. So Africa, for me, is a major puzzle to solve as well, the dilemma the world is currently in, because it is not be that industrialized. It doesn't use so many fossil fuel applications. And you can look at countries like, for instance, Ethiopia as well as Rwanda, which are mainly generate the electricity from renewable sources, be it hydro and small-scale hydro as well as solar. So here, South Africa clearly a bit behind. But yeah, the other countries are already doing quite good, and there is a lot of opportunity.
Okay. What about your thoughts into that, Mr. Minser, on the same question with regards to looking at the solar industry?
Well, I think I agree with the previous panelist. Africa can leapfrog and will leapfrog. And I think in any industrial development, the players who come to the table a bit later have the advantage of having the latest technology, which the older developed nations didn't have back in the day. So Africa definitely will take this opportunity. That being said, easy and not easy at the same time, because if you take renewable energy on a classic model where you do power lines over the whole country, then that also comes at a certain price. So the urbanization rates are way lower in Africa than, for example, let's say Europe or other developed countries. And the cost of bringing power to the individual people's house or even to villages comes at a certain cost and is not very efficient. So I think that mini grids will be a good example on how we can solve this issue, provided that the mix between productive use, that is that generates income and the households can be balanced. But I think we'll talk about that later. And pay-as-you-go is also a solution for smaller systems. When we go to bigger systems that people would need for their house, then there is also certain price attached to that. But I think we will also discuss that later.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Ricio, maybe approaching this in terms of what would need to be in place for that to be able to happen.
Yes, absolutely. Let me start by thanking the organizers for setting up such an inspiring event and for having invited me. As a representative of Energy Green Power, which is one of the biggest renewable energy private player in the world, we have the chance to picture exactly what's going on in our sector in every corner of the world. And obviously, we all know that the continent of the future will be Africa, but the future of Africa will be necessarily renewables. Not only because in Africa, we have this kind of abundant renewable energy sources. We're talking about the world's richest solar resources in the world, but also the continent benefits from crucial wind potential, from hydropower potential, and from geothermal potential. So we need to unlock this potential which is there, which is absolutely amazing. And the key word will be to use this potential to massively overcome one of Africa's main socioeconomic development challenges, which is namely the access to electricity, which was mentioned already, but also the clean cooking facilities, which very often is forgotten. So the key word will be sustainability. If we all measure our activities that we do in Africa with the sustainable development goals that the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations is telling us, we absolutely can align our business objectives with sustainability, and then we can make this renewable future of Africa absolutely feasible.
Thank you. And so now let's reflect on that in terms of, yes, we say that Africa is able to leapfrog, but the question also comes in, is there a buy-in from the general public in terms of creating a demand-driven adaptation into renewables? And is that even a factor to be considered? Maybe I'll throw this question back to you, Mr. Ricio.
Yes, absolutely. This is also crucial because we need to understand that in order to unlock this potential, we do have many barriers that we have absolutely to overcome. But this debate that also have to go into the general public is fundamental. In fact, we need to have at the same table all the players, which are the institutions, the business communities, the academia, which again is very often forgotten, and then the civil societies. So if we all put these players around the same table, then we can absolutely do this challenge, overcome this challenge. But in order to do that, the general public is absolutely crucial and fundamental. So what we can do is to include in our projects, in our business models, the impact that what we do has directly on the civil societies, because these can easily let them understand the benefit that can come from renewable projects and from the investors player that can do in the African territory.
Thank you. Mr. Mensah, when you look at Ethiopia, like venturing into the Ethiopian market, how has it been in terms of them buying into this?
Well, I think the general public, they're not really busy with this, to be quite honest. I think people, if you explain to them that it's better for society, better for their own environment and their children, will always agree that renewable is a better solution. What we see here is that the government is pushing the renewable energy and making the main investments as such, and then putting it on the power grid and delivering it to people's houses. I think if you look on an individual level, then the price of cost will also come up very quickly. If you look in Europe, for example, the renewable energy that you see on houses has been subsidized by the government. So people bought it, and then in the long term, they will make a gain by having to spend less on recurrent electricity bills. When I look on the market I'm in, which is Ethiopia, so far the government will subsidize the main grid, and then they can provide renewable energy to the main grid. That's not a problem. But the people in the rural areas, which is in Ethiopia, 65% of the population who have no access to energy, when the lines are not there. You can't obviously tap electricity from the lines because they don't exist. And when you have to buy solar systems for your house, even small ones, you bear the full cost. So there is a fundamental difference between how cities are treated and how more dispersed people are treated. And it's not like finger pointing. It's also to do with cost, right? The power lines have to go to enough densely populated areas to work. But I think that the buy-in of the public, like my colleague panelist said earlier, I think the buy-in is definitely there. If you explain it to people, it's like it makes sense.
Makes sense. And maybe to you, Mrs. Sabine, in terms of the reflection of what he said with regards to the differences of rural and urban with regards to the adaptation of this renewable energy.
Well, look, I mean, I just want to come back to what Mr. Ruggiero just mentioned is when we talk about energy, we don't talk about often energy generation, but we forget about how people cook and live in the African continent. And we have to think, when we think about climate change particular, it is not only reducing CO2 emissions, it's also the topic of deforestation, which is a huge issue on the African continent, specifically as people don't have access on the small scale farming, but also in the cities to electricity. And as mentioned, Ethiopia, 65% of the people are living in the countryside. And if you ever have traveled in Ethiopia, will know even if you will construct overhead lines, it will be very expensive because the country is vast and very mountainous. So it will be not an easy task to come by with. So there are various aspects, particularly also when we look at urbanization. And here when we see when people go into cities, why do they move into cities? They move into cities because due to climate effects, reducing the ability of them to farm, to have cattle or any other livestock. And therefore, they basically increase also their poverty line within in the city living. So solar currently, when you look at it, PV solar is one of the cheapest forms to generate electricity if you take the full cost of the life cycle of the installation and going forward, and you are able to have them as small scale applications and as bigger scale with battery storage for industrial application. Because what we do need to see is when we want to have Africa being participating in the global economy and eventually, living up to the potential the continent has to make, first of all, city living more pleasant for people, but also give the population in the agricultural environment the opportunity to make sure that they have good yields also on the farming side. Therefore, you need irrigation. And for irrigation, you need electricity. So it all feeds together, not only into the topic of climate change and cities versus urbanization, cities versus a rural population, but it also feeds into the total story of, sustainable development goals, reducing hunger and being able to make sure that the population is able to feed themselves on the ground of having access to electricity and water. But maybe one thing which we do need to keep in mind, and I think that's a very important part when we look at companies investing on the African continent. So access to water and access to electricity are the two main reasons why people would come and invest in a country. And with the current push to have ESG targets for many multinationals put forward, they have to make sure that if they come into an African country or already here, that they follow these procedures and the principles of the KPIs they have set out they want to achieve. Because otherwise they will have a problem globally to, place their products on the market or have an investor issue. So therefore, having a decarbonized energy story for the African continent is also important to ensure that foreign direct investment can be ensured.
Thank you. And that brings us to the other question that was mostly researched, is that why is renewable energy expensive? And my question is it? Maybe I'll throw this question back to you, Bart, with regards to the pay-go model, and you can expound on it for us.
I don't think it is more expensive than other energy necessarily. It is just what I said earlier. I started to touch on the point, maybe a bit premature. It is about, is it subsidized or not? So you can, for example, if you, let's say, I do pay-go solar home systems, which are really small units for very small houses in the rural area. When we import it, we don't pay import tax, but we still pay VAT like any other product. And then it has to go to the user. So we give people equipment based on whether we think they will be able to pay or not. We don't ask collaterals because we're not a bank. So we take higher risks than financial institutions because we're not a financial institution. But we think that the market will be way bigger if we take those risks, and if we are good enough in estimating the ability to pay for customers, then we will just recuperate the money. So if you would go and borrow at a financial institution and buy the same equipment, it would be more expensive. And of course, like I said earlier, the main issue is if I live in the city, the power cable comes to my house, I plug it in, I have zero cost, and I just use highly subsidized energy, because in Ethiopia, on top of that, the energy is really cheap. So if I live in a city or anywhere where there is a power line, I will get it way cheaper than anybody who has to buy this equipment for himself. And I will have more capacity, can put much more appliances and what have you, than on smaller systems. Because let's say you want to buy a TV system, and like the price would be 8 times higher than the smaller system, which would be 2 lights and charging your phone or your tablets. So that's the amounts we're talking about. But if it would be evenly subsidized, then I don't think it would be that much difference, to be quite honest.
Your reflection on that, Mr. Rivera.
Excuse me?
I was asking the reflection to Mr. Aricio on that.
Yes, I can easily add that definitely solar energy and wind power
Mr. Aricio, can you hear us? Is the network on my end or?
Okay. Sorry? Yes, the law.
I was just checking. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I will say that as long as we have innovation on our side and the magnificency of the technologies, the cost will drastically reduce constantly, actually. If we take what we call LCOE, which is the levelized cost of energy, we can easily see that all to the onshore wind energy, offshore wind energy, on the obviously solar, on the hydropower, which remains so far the lowest price that we have. But obviously, even if we compare to the fossil fuels, even if we think that the cost we have at the beginning can be higher versus, and at the end of the day, wind and solar power can compete obviously with fossil fuels because they offer exactly also other benefits, collateral benefits, which are health, environmental, etc., etc. So because of all these elements, definitely renewable energy will be absolutely lower in terms of price.
Thank you, Mr. Aricio. To you, Mrs. Sabine, like when we talk about the technology, how is the cost of the technology and what is the projections towards that?
Well, look, I mean, as mentioned already, the cost came down quite significantly. And if you look at the, for instance, Renewable program in South Africa, when round 1 started out, and currently we are tendering for round 5, you can see how the cost of electricity came down. And it's not only because of people become, more aware of how the installation is going to happen and they're more familiar with the country. It's mainly because the cost of the equipment came down, and with, the installations which we currently do and running a digital grid using software application to manage the electricity supply into the grid, but also the generation of the electricity with, for instance, weather forecasting systems and the like, you have a much higher productivity and output rate of the respective installations, and therefore you see technology really can make a difference. It also helps really to manage various farms. If you, for instance, have several solar farms or wind farms for that matter, you can connect them to a digital grid and exactly manage, you know, how much electricity you are going to produce today or in the week to come, just, you know, by applying digital applications. So therefore, also when you look at, for instance, battery storage technology, these costs have significantly decreased just in the battery itself, and the capacity thereof has increased. Same for the solar panel. So you see quite a huge development there.
Maybe just to pick up on that in terms of the technology, like, are there any missing gaps in the market? And what are you doing? Because you mentioned with regards to managing that for you being able to get it onto the grid. So in your context, with regards to Siemens, do you have any missing gaps when it comes to having on-grid supply?
Well, look, I mean, obviously that's quite different with regards to which country you are in. So when we look at the South African application, there's a very good, robust system around when electricity is fed into the grid. And currently we have a situation where all the electricity on the base of an IPP are basically sold off to the grid. But as you might have heard, we have President Ramaphosa announced 2 months ago that we will have a 100 megawatt self-generation capacity lifted from 1 megawatt before. And that means that companies and individuals are able to produce electricity themselves. They don't specifically talk about PV, but it is very logical that many of these applications are going to be PV because they are just much faster to install and project manage and have on the grid. But the benefit of this program, which was announced, is that, for instance, electricity can be fed into the grid if they have excess capacity from their generation. And currently our grid is only one dimensional. So you can feed in and then ESCOM and the cities would distribute to the consumer. So having that two-dimensional grid edge technology applied, there we currently have a lack within the application in the countries. And that is not only valid for South Africa, but it is valid for most of the African countries, because the way on how the electricity systems are set up, they currently don't cater for individuals feeding in and being quasi a prosumer of electricity. And for me, this is also one area where, for instance, if you look at, African energy users, particular private and small and medium enterprises, for them, it can be quite an advantage if they can make use of excess electricity, which they can feed into the grid, because then they can attach a monetary value to their investment. And obviously solar is still also, from the investment cost, the lowest cost in the energy frame you have available.
Thank you. Mr. Mensah, when it comes to the pay-go model, are there any missing gaps, or how does that actually be able to close that gap when it comes to off-grid solar technology?
I would say that the main issue for solar home system companies in general is capital. So we distribute systems of other people, we assemble them, and then we distribute them. But the companies that are totally integrated and that have to produce them, their main issue is capital, because we all talk about a 1.2 or 1.3 billion people market. But when you look at what has been sold so far, then the penetration is still quite low. Even if you hear big numbers, a lot of the bigger companies are capitalized, let's say around 200 million, maybe 250. And let's say you have 10 of them, that's approximately correct. Then you see how small it is compared to industrial conglomerates who are integrated and who have way more financial capacity because they're on the stock market and they raise money in a very different way than pay-as-you-go solar companies. Another big issue, and that depends on the country where you are active, is the payment infrastructure. Because if you sell far out of cities in regional areas and you have to collect cash all the time, that becomes very expensive. So we work with mobile money, which means that people can pay from their phone if they have the wallet. If they don't have a wallet, because in Ethiopia that is still very low, the wallet penetration, then they can go to an agent, give him cash, he will do the payment on their behalf. They receive an SMS, they can go home, activate the system. So very simple, but the payment infrastructure issue in Ethiopia is very, very big. So we expect in the next 2 years that to be solved. Another issue that we encounter, particularly in the pay-as-you-go sector, is distribution. Because you have to go far out to more remote areas that are not so easy to connect to. So if you build a mini grid there, it's there. Once the lines are put, it's all in place, and that's it. When you do PEGO systems, it is much more interaction and much more go back and forward on the distribution level. Those are the main issues.
Mr. Arisia, do you have reflections on this and also your own experience from Enel Green Energy?
Absolutely. So according to our analysis, actually the main missing element that we have is having a proper regulatory, legislative and policy framework. If we have on one side one existing and on the other side one clear framework, it will be very easily for investors which are geographically and culturally very far from Africa to invest in this country. I would also start by saying what we do have in Africa in order to reach that conclusion, because in Africa we do have the population growth we didn't mention, but obviously we all know that Africa will be the most populated and the youngest country in the world, continent in the world, which means that all this wave of people we need accesses, as it was mentioned before, and all this access should be sustainable. We do have the urban concentration. We also have to say that all the megalopolis in the future will be located in Africa. We do have demand growth, the land availability, and the rest potential. So in order to do all this, we need to fill those gaps, which means having a proper regulatory framework on one side, having sustainable projects on the other side, and having a financial system support on the other side. So if we reach actually these points, then easily we can invest as foreign investors.
Thank you for that. So now, Ms. Sabine, because I remember we had a discussion about this, I would like you to pick up on what Mr. Enrique said to kind of build up on what you have as programs towards that.
Well, I mean, look, obviously when you have electricity installation, which are rather in rural areas, yeah, and far away from where our head offices are in whatever country on the African continent, then you do need to look at, how you maintain this electricity supply. Because like if you take South Africa again as an example, so if you are an IPP, you have a agreement with Eskom, the utility, and you have to guarantee that you feed in a certain amount of electricity into the grid because they're doing their planning based on this contract, right? And so what is important that you can give these kind of uptime confirmations. And so what we have seen, if you look, for instance, Johannesburg is about 1,500 kilometers away from where the renewable energy story is happening in South Africa. So it's not really helpful to send people out all the time to try to fix possible technical problems. So specifically for the preventive maintenance and for the first level support, we are working with small enterprises within the region, which we build up, having also women coming into the electricity space, because often in these societies, you have the men going out of the villages, working somewhere in the city or in some other industrial application, leaving often the family behind, which comes with its own dilemma. So we really try actively to develop these kind of small, medium enterprises for the feeding into our supply chain and having reliable partners and in the region, which can be at first hand to make sure that our end customer, the IPP, then has the most satisfied service with our technology. That is one part where we strongly advocate to copy and paste for the remainder of companies supplying into that technology, because it is important that the people in the region understand that there is an economic benefit also from these kind of installations, and that is beyond South Africa. That's for the African continent, because if they have an association with the solution or the energy source, then they are also willing to look after it. If it means you have a more peaceful situation in the region where you have it installed. So these are really interesting stories.
And that's very interesting. You're talking about women also being proactively involved also in the maintenance and getting into the, like supporting in terms of getting most of that energy into the grid. And so just building up on this context of what is their role or how do SMEs fit into this bigger picture of the renewable energy, I would like for you to reflect on that, Mr. Mensah, and then Mr. Mauricio on that.
I think mainly distribution. When it is physical assets, when it's power lines, then it's not probably going to be really distribution, but helping to do the local installations. I think it's important that is done with local knowledge and local capacity, especially for the maintenance thereafter, which at some projects of some years ago has been an issue where equipment came in and then local people didn't really benefit from it, so they then also didn't do the maintenance, and then we have big projects here that have been abandoned somehow. So it's very unfortunate because the money has been spent, and so society might as well get a benefit from that. So for me, mainly distribution, maintenance, and up to some degree training. Local companies can provide training to the country in question to support all these bigger programs.
Okay. Mr. Arresio?
Well, according to our experience, actually, the SME model that we do have in Italy is one of the most successful maybe in the world. So what we do is that we try to integrate actually all the levers coming up from the big company up to the SMEs. So the MSCs, Italians, very often follow the business that the big companies do have in continents such as Africa. So we integrate the system so we can absolutely do an amazing job, because everybody will do his job. And this is actually a successful model that we are trying to expand around the world. And in Africa, I can tell you which is absolutely very successful.
So where would you say that you've already placed this? Back to you, Mr. Arresio. Where do you have some of these projects being implemented?
We do have experience in South Africa, obviously, which was our, let's say, main entrance point in Africa. Then we have interest business in Morocco, in Zambia, in Ethiopia, and in Kenya. And actually, we're trying to integrate all our Italian, I would say, system and model in order to export this in other countries. So what we are trying to do is, as I told you, to work very closely with the institutions in order to build up such framework where we can include all the Italian companies that then export this model.
Okay, to you, Mr. Mensah, with regards to the pay goal, how is it in terms of the African context? Because I imagine it's not only in Ethiopia that is being conducted.
You mean in general?
In general, yes. In terms of the continent, the pay goal model.
It's definitely scaling and extending, and mainly also due to the drop in price. One of my fellow panelists has talked about that earlier. The solar panels have dropped in price, the LEDs have dropped in price, batteries, very important, have dropped in price and are becoming more capable. We now have a technology coming up where you can actually stagger the batteries. Before, people in the sector would talk about the energy ladder, but it never really existed, because if you cannot combine the small batteries that people can afford only one at a time, then that ladder doesn't really exist. So I think that will come into existence now, and that will push more people to buy it, because they actually have a longer term benefits. If you can buy separate components over time for an affordable monthly price, to end up with a system that is more equivalent to what you get from the normal power lines, then that will only benefit people more. But there is definitely scaling across Africa and Southeast Asia. So I would say Ethiopia is probably the slowest in the PAYGO still. But as a whole, the market and the sector is growing a lot. Also, productive use is coming into play now, which is an add-on, I would say. A lot of investors are also pushing for more productive use. The only issue we see there, or at least that's my analysis, is that since the production of this equipment on lower voltage is still small, the price is relatively high. But then again, if you take, for example, pumps, one of our fellow panelists talked about pumps earlier, yeah, once you have paid your pump, you don't have to pay for diesel anymore, and then it becomes actually free to use. So in the long term, it is always more interesting for customers.
Thank you for that reflection. And maybe what I would like to put across the panel now is, as an investor, both from the European side and also from the African side, because everybody's talking about Africa wants to get into manufacturing, like, no longer just talking about exporting commodities, they want to now get into value addition, industrialization. What projects do they need to start looking out for? And I'll start this with you, Mrs. Dalon. And this could be projects, training, certifications. What do they need to look for to get into the space?
Well, look, the chances which have improved for the African continent over the last 18 months are just incredible. I mean, COVID was very hard on the African continent, and you see specifically in the poor population that there was a significant reduction in wealth, because we actually, eroded 20 years of work in the area to reduce, for instance, hunger in the population. But on the offset of it, you do see that during COVID-19, digital technology has been applied all over the continent. So we did for Siemens, for instance, over the last now 20 months almost, we did many of the projects which we just did as a Teams meeting, as a virtual project handover, which went perfectly. And we did this in countries like Ethiopia, which has a very low internet rate. We did this in Ghana, we did this in Tanzania, we did this in Zambia, and obviously in South Africa. So if you were to ask me 2 years ago, same time, would we be able to do this kind of business applications and complete projects in a digital world on the African continent, I would have said, maybe come back in 5 years. And that is definitely an advantage where Africa has leapfrogged in the technology space. And because it has shown that it's able to make use of these kind of technologies, you can now deploy other sources, like, for instance, 3D printing. Certain commodities will be produced in the continent. I mean, if you think about, there is a whole host of products and solutions you need when you have, for instance, a solar installation. Think about the switch gears. Not everything is a huge complex process, and you can localize a lot of these activities on the continent. And there we clearly can see that also the exchange, like, for instance, on the drawings, on the technical compliance, we have a software called a Team Center, by which, you basically can exchange drawings and technical designs in a way that they are afterwards also compliant with a standard, like, for instance, European standards, and where you can have a quality oversight during the manufacturing process. And that is really something outstanding, which we didn't embark before, which we didn't see before. And there, from my understanding, is the biggest opportunity for the African continent. I do hope that in the context of, the climate discussions currently, we will see many funded projects specifically in the renewable environment, because the African countries have the potential, as we discussed over the last half hour. And there I do see that there is a huge amount of possibility moving forward. So I'm rather excited about the options for the continent.
Yeah, it's quite exciting. What about you, Mr. Lindsay? Your reflections on that?
I definitely think that Africa is in a very good position to scale industrialization. But I see one issue, and it's a big one, and it has to do with the logistic chain and what you need to get industry. So most industrial processes now or sort of an assembly process whereby you maybe design a system or a car or it could be anything, and then you're not going to produce all these components by yourself because that would mean you need a lot of machinery, a lot of inventory. So you will buy it from producers who do that for other people or for other sectors, and then you get cost efficiency. And today, China, in spite of we're hearing that the cost is going up and all these kind of things, is still the most efficient system on the planet with regard to that availability, right? So in Ethiopia, which has been growing a lot over the last 10 years, they try to do the industrial parks and try to get the logistics chains going. And you can see that it is not so easy. Imagine you want to, let's make a Pego solar home system. That means you need a plastic box, you need wiring, you need plugs, you need LEDs, you need batteries, and all of that is simple, right? It's not rocket science. But if you would produce all of that by yourself, you have a problem. If you want to put it in country, and then let's say I want to assemble it and I buy from different suppliers. The issue we have here is that the components each are going to be very expensive, and it would be way cheaper to buy it from China. So we should think of a solution on how we can solve that kind of issue, because that is what will really allow to scale and to be competitive also on an export level. You can produce for local markets, but the goal for Africa, or the ambition, should be to produce and send it to Europe and America and all kinds of countries that can pay for it, and basically take part of the pie that China now has. That should be the strategy.
Very interesting input on that in terms of the reflection also on what is happening in China. To you, Mr. Arisio. And then after that, we can listen in if you have any questions also from those who are listening in, from Hannah, who's going to check into the Q&A. So your reflections, Mr. Arisio.
Well, in our case, technically, what we see is that we need to work a lot on strengthening and modernizing the grid in general, because we all know that many African countries have inadequate grid infrastructure designed actually to accommodate energy sources. And this is a result in which means high electricity losses, low supply quality, etc., etc. So we need to work on that in order to scale up actually this inexpensive renewable energy, such as solar and wind. And this is absolutely fundamental, because if we don't have a proper grid, then obviously it will be very, very complicated. And in order to do that, what we do in the countries where we are present in the project that we have in Africa is to train a lot local people, because this will be absolutely amazing. And it will have also another important pillar, which is job creation, which we didn't mention so far, but we all have to be aware that the job creation, thanks to renewable energy, will be absolutely amazing for the African new generation.
Thank you for that. So let's see if there are any questions from those who are listening in. I would like to welcome Hannah.
Yes, hello. So we have quite a few questions. One is addressed to all of the panelists. How do you assess the risk of investing in solar panels in times of climate change? Storms can destroy the panels overnight.
Yes, I see Mr. Minister.
I think that would go for anywhere on the planet, right? I don't see why that would be specific to Africa. If storms happens, then yeah, maybe we should insure these things or provide some budget for that. But I think that would be the same anywhere on the planet, not specifically for Africa.
Well, I mean, we have applications for many years to run, and obviously in Johannesburg as well as on the Karoo side, and we have hardly had any damage, even severe hail and thunderstorms. So yeah, I think it's the same balance as mentioned just now for the globe.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other follow-up question?
Yeah, again, to all the panelists, to what extent do regulatory frameworks in Africa need to be adapted to promote renewables?
Well, as I was saying, for us is the main crucial issues, because it is absolutely fundamental to have clear rules of the game. That's why we work very closely to all the institutional stakeholders, and we try actually to design what is the best solution that works for any technology of any sources in the renewable energy market. But as I was saying, without having a proper regulatory framework, it will be extremely complicated, because this is the first move that we all have to agree on in order to invest in renewable energy. So absolutely, we try to repeat it so many times every day. We need a proper regulatory framework.
Maybe just on the topic of regulatory framework, you see in, for instance, South Africa, that through the integrated resource plan, the idea was plotted. So obviously now all the legislation has to move along with that implementation. And because we already had a number of rounds in the renewable space for the IPPs, the regulation has moved with it. But for landlocked countries and countries which don't have, resources of fossil fuel, be it coal or be it oil or gas for that matter, for them it's maybe a little bit more easier to adapt these kind of policies, because obviously they need to import, if they don't rely on renewable, that commodity to burn in the power plants. And that obviously drains the foreign currency reserves because it's a traded commodity. But I do think there's another aspect which we cannot just ignore, is that there are a lot of people on the African continent which currently have a significant benefit by selling fossil fuel in any form, be it coal, oil or gas, to the international market. And they also don't want to let easily go in favor for renewables. So that's why I said earlier, it's important that we find a way on how also co-funding can come in to help these kind of installations, specifically in the oil exporting countries, to be more viable, because otherwise it is very hard for a government to make that proposition. Yeah.
So maybe Bart, and then we have only room for one last question.
I think one important thing is when you go to different markets is understanding the regulation that is in place, and not necessarily copy pasting what you do in another country, and maybe see how you can make it work in a certain country. Now, for the bigger energy suppliers, it's different because they need big plants and all of that. But as you go in Ethiopia, a lot of people thought it was illegal. Even the World Bank was telling me, should we talk about it because it's not allowed? And then we had to explain to them that actually it is allowed, but not if you do it in the same way than you would do it in Kenya. And a lot of the international players had an issue with that because they wanted to do exactly the same. And we said, yeah, why would we do the same? We don't have to. So we just changed it, and that was it. So sometimes you also have to really try to see where the difference is.
Thank you for that. So I see we also ran out of time, but I would like just one quick question to give the panel, 30 seconds. So Hannah, if you have anything.
I'll just read one more question. Why is there seemingly a glut for generators of electricity to want to supply on existing grids? It would appear to me that there is a huge opportunity of developing localized grids in areas where existing grids do not exist. What is your take on that?
So very short answers, 30 seconds, so that we can at least make sure that is answered. Okay, so I'll start with you, Mr. Lomo, and then we cut across to Mr. Bart, and then last, Mr. Adesio.
Well, look, I mean, I think from the discussion which we also had, there is a huge opportunity for localized grids. But one part which you always need to consider is that, you need to get a capital return on the investment. And the problem often with localized grids is if you don't have an industrial off-taker, it's very hard to, fund the investment in the first place if it's not a donation. So therefore, most of the companies rely on connecting to the grid, specifically small, medium enterprise companies, because the bigger ones in many of the countries have their own generation capacity. So therefore, if you really want to stimulate the small, medium enterprise businesses and the economy, that's why grid connection is so important, because they simply can't afford it.
Okay, you bet.
I think Ms. Dalomo has given a very good summary of the issue. In Ethiopia, there's going to be a World Bank budget for a lot of grids in the next year, hopefully. And the main question is the design, right? It's like you said, what are the load uses versus the investment? Is it commercially viable or not? The more dispersed population, the more power lines you have to put, which is also expensive, and you get a loss of capacity. So if you don't have industrial or agro-processing or some sort of concentration that can be organized near the mini-grid to make it commercially viable, and then at the same time serve the community, then it's difficult.
Yes, I totally agree with the other panelists. I can add also that there is another issue, which is the exit strategy. Because obviously we make the investments, we do whatever is needed, but imagine that the national grid one day arrives. So we also need to be protected in case this happens, because very often it happens. So obviously the exit strategy is also one of the other elements that should be taken into account, because obviously we are talking about remote, isolated and rural areas, but I mean, the system should be completely analyzed.
Right. That is all we have for now. I really want to thank all the panelists. I think it was quite an in-depth looking at what is the current status of renewable energy, the fact there is driving growth towards the whole sector, and the fact that you've also put in that in terms of the cost of the technology is coming down, and therefore there is even more buy-in into that. And I hope that all those who are listening in will take this as an opportunity to venture into the market. You've already heard into what our speakers have said. I welcome you to look at their buyers, look at their companies, look at the projects and programs that they have into the continent. And we hope that we are going to be discussing on the progress on this in the next coming EU-Africa SME Summit. So thank you very much, everyone. And I would like to hand over back the stage so that we can get into the next session on the agricultural renaissance. Thank you very much to all our speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Win-Kate Muthini. Wonderful roundtable, excellent moderation, like always. I'm really happy that you did this this roundtable. You are our partner in Africa. You can cover 48 countries in Africa with your corresponding partners on the ground. And we are also very happy that we have implemented this year the EU-African SME Summit, not only together with you, but also with a local partner, in this case, let's say local, not really, I mean a national partner in Senegal this year, because there is a very strong cooperation of our German member with the Senegalese government and bringing German companies to Senegal in the framework of the so-called Task Force Senegal project, which is supported by the GIZ, and a local partner for the organization of this event is still and was before the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, the German political party's foundation, which has an office also in Dakar, like GIZ. And this office has supported us very much, which I would like to thank here also publicly, in particular for their really formidable support that they gave us during the organization of this summit, and also for the connection now live from Dakar, like Win-Kate Muthini, she was there already yesterday, was connected there also this morning, and now after her she will be connected the new moderator, together with the responsible of KAS, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation's office, the director of that office, Mrs. Carolina Hauptmann, which together with the moderator of the next roundtable about the agricultural renaissance, Mr. Gilles Jaby, will open this roundtable. Hello, Mr. Gilles Jaby, and also then, of course, with the guests in the roundtable, Mr. Michael Walleter of KTI Pirsch, a German company, Mr. Jake Amadou Bamba Fall of Copeol, and Mrs. Ayola Yallo of Grow Her. Welcome, Mr. Jaby. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be part of this event. And I would like, of course, to thank the organizers and also the Foundation Konrad Adenauer, which is one of the most important partners of WATI, the think tank that I run from Dakar, Senegal. It's a pleasure to have you Mrs. Caroline Hauptmann, and I think I will give you the floor for the introductory remarks before coming back and present our guest. And I thank you very much already for this the participation to this panel. Mrs. Hauptmann, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Gilles Jaby. Donc, je vais continuer en ce moment en français. Mesdames, Messieurs, bienvenue à ce webinaire « La renaissance de l'agriculture ». Oui, je dirige le programme Pays de la Fondation Konrad Adenauer ici au Sénégal. La fondation est une des fondations politiques de l'Allemagne qui se nourrit des valeurs du mouvement chrétien-démocrate. Au Sénégal, nous sommes installés depuis 1976 et nous travaillons sur les volets participation et représentation, sécurité et innovation. Et ces thématiques-là sont très liées aux thématiques de l'économie. La journée d'hier était consacrée à de différents points de vue sur les aspects de l'entrepreneuriat en Afrique et en Europe, sur les chances et sur les risques. Nous avons beaucoup parlé d'un environnement favorable. Nous avons parlé d'instruments et nous avons parlé du cadre nécessaire pour des investissements, nécessaires de la demande et des difficultés quand on veut vraiment investir. Ce webinaire est consacré à un secteur spécifique, l'agriculture. Le titre « Renaissance de l'agriculture » se réfère un peu à la redécouverte de secteurs au niveau de l'entrepreneuriat. L'agriculture a toujours été présente, surtout en Afrique. C'est un continent de l'agriculture, c'est un secteur de base qui est très lié aux régions et aux identités des populations. Et c'est un secteur qui est tellement familier et tellement normal que l'on oublie que c'est un marché très grand, un marché intéressant qui nourrit des millions d'habitants de la population de l'Afrique et avec beaucoup de continuité. Alors, pourquoi ne pas le sortir de son ombre, de parler de business et de le considérer aussi comme un secteur vraiment d'affaires? Mais c'est aussi un secteur sensible. Environnement, changement climatique, logistique, par exemple, et aussi toutes les thématiques de la conservation de produits. Donc, c'est là que beaucoup de questions se posent. Alors, merci beaucoup aux initiateurs et organisateurs pour discuter ces différents aspects de l'entrepreneuriat. Pour ce, le docteur Gilles Jaby va modérer la discussion. Monsieur Jaby est analyste politique et économiste et a travaillé entre autres comme directeur du bureau Afrique de l'Ouest de l'International Crisis Group, une organisation internationale non gouvernementale. Il est fondateur du think tank Wati, basé ici à Dakar. Et avec Wati, avec Gilles spécialement, nous travaillons depuis longtemps sur de différents sujets politiques et aussi, je me souviens d'une très bonne table ronde justement sur les agropoles au Sénégal. Donc, cette thématique, elle va très, très bien. Wati se comprend comme un laboratoire d'idées qui contribue à changer justement les trajectoires et qui se sert de l'engagement de femmes et d'hommes qui veulent pas seulement rêver, sinon vraiment changer des trajectoires. Alors, Dr Jaby, à vous la parole pour mieux connaître nos interlocuteurs de cette session et pour nous mener à travers de cette discussion intéressante. À vous la parole, Monsieur Jaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Hauptmann. Thank you very much. I guess I will continue in English, given that we have the pleasure to have Mrs. Diallo from the Gambia and also Mr. Michael Valliger from Germany. So it's a great pleasure again to be moderating this session. Time is going to be quite short, so I'll be quite quick in presenting our guests and also allowing them actually to tell more about their own experience in the first round of questions. So we have the pleasure to have Mrs. Adjola Diallo from the Gambia. She studied in the US, she worked at Wall Street, and then she decided to go back to Gambia and to start a company actually specializing in agricultural products. And she's starting also a magazine. I think it's probably the first one in the country focusing on promoting agriculture. So it's a pleasure to have you. And again, I think you have the opportunity to tell us a bit more about your own experience and why you decided to do what you are doing actually now in your country. A pleasure also to have Michael Valiter, who is the head of sales and board member of the family-owned KTI Plursch Keltel Technik in Germany from 2019. And this company is specializing in energy efficient solutions for preserving fish, seafood, vegetables, and fruits. And I'm also sure that Mr. Valiter will tell more about the actual work of this company and why there is some interest in meeting partners from the continent, from the African continents. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Michael Valiter. And pleasure also to welcome Mr. Sheikh Amadou Bamba, who is the president of Copéol, the second largest peanut oil mill in Senegal. So I think it is very interesting because we are at the junction between agriculture and industry. And as Mrs. Hoffman just mentioned, we have been working a lot here in understanding the project of AgroPoles that try to associate agriculture and industrial production in Senegal in particular. So thank you, Mr. Amadou Bamba, for joining us as well. So let's start maybe with the first question about your experience, your own trajectory and the trajectory of your company, and what can you tell us more about yourself and your contribution, the contribution of your company to the development of agriculture in your country. So I will start maybe with Mrs. Diallo.
Okay, I'll just hello to everybody, and I think you can hear me fine, right? Okay, so I always wanted to be a farmer, but I never saw the role model. I never saw the career-savvy, extremely successful African farmer. I think as a young African woman or as a young African child, you're told you can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer, a banker, but rarely ever can you say, I would like to be a farmer. Simply because we associate farming on the continent with backwardness, poverty, and it's just not something that's desirable. So that's why I was an economist and I was on Wall Street and I would talk about farming all the time. Now, to keep it simple, what am I doing differently? If I was selling sugar, you wouldn't call me a sugar woman. So agriculture is very much business, and I'm a businesswoman who's in the business of agriculture. And the difference is that in order for agriculture here on the continent to go forward, it has to be the industry that is supported with infrastructure. It also needs to have vested employees. When I say an industry, like anywhere else in the world, right now the landscape here is highlighted by a few players. And these players need the capital support. They need, in order to grow and in order to create the jobs that they have to. At the same time, in order to capture basically the real audience, the people that need to be invested in agriculture, which is the youth, it needs to be something that is considered a smart work. They're not interested in backbreaking work. So it has to be more technologically advanced. They have to feel that they're vested and they can have a dignified income and really to live a life that they can provide for themselves, provide for their families, and even to be future-minded, to own a house, to be able to have health insurance. So it really has to be an inclusive industry overall. We have some, our infrastructure on the whole, we are working on it. Like I said, anywhere else in the world, Italy, Germany, you've had 800 years of manufacturing. We've had 20 years. But I think with the right partnership, we can accelerate. It doesn't have to take us another 800 years. So this is really the point. But I think at the end of the day, just to keep it simple, in order to cross the ocean, you can't just expect to get your feet wet. You have to be completely in. And for our side, we can't do it by ourselves here. We do need the partnership. But at the same time, there needs to be a wholehearted, holistic investment. it no longer works to say, okay, we have a small relationship office or representative office in the Banjul or in Senegal. It needs to be a completely full-on commitment. And really for all the risks that are mitigated, what we don't talk about is the percentages when it comes to profit. We're talking about double digits or triple digits. And that's only here in Africa that you're going to see that. We have not only the land resources, arable land, water resources, but we also have the human capital. An extremely wonderful population that is ready to learn, is excited to be trained and learn and to find their way. So I think really this conversation that in order for this renaissance to happen, we really have to say, look, this has to be a full-on industry, and we're willing to combat and not be hesitant about it. So quite frankly, for my company, this is what we do. Having my background in finance and accountability, it's taking on agriculture, that this is really a business, and that's how we deal with it. So I think people normally think about some of the risks involved. They think about the political situations. And I say to them, you're looking at the issue from the top down. If you are invested properly, invested in the people, meaning that your company comes to the Gambia or to Senegal or wherever, and you have a partner company, the people that are here, they need to feel that truly they have a future with this company. That not just in training, but they can stay there for a long time. They can be there 5, 10 years. Maybe if I work in this company, guess what? After working 2 years or 3 years, I can actually have a co-signer for a mortgage for a house. Companies really have to consider that, look, we also have a housing problem. So if people are thinking of working, you might have to offer your employees these kinds of incentives. And when they become vested in your company, that company becomes theirs. They will innovate for the company. They will think ahead for the company because they'll believe that, look, this is our company. And the essence of business is legacy. We are yet to have legacy businesses here in Africa. So this is really something to consider. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think you will have the opportunity to come back on that, especially your own interpretation of agricultural renaissance in the context of Gambia and the region. Let's ask Mr. Valiter about his own company, KTI, and what do you do, and to what extent partnership is an essential part of the growth of your company.
Okay, also from my side, hello to everybody, and congratulations for this very fruitful summit and all the discussions yesterday and even today. First of all, I have to introduce ourselves to get us correctly into the whole context. So I am considering us not as a part on the production side in the agricultural, but more the part as being a solution provider and supplier to the agricultural industry or even to the fishing industry, which I consider also a part of agriculture in total. So my experience in mainly West Africa is that the whole part of the African continent, whole West Africa, is moving. So everybody is keen to do something new, to get new know-how and also new technology input from outside, in our case from Germany or Europe. When I was traveling the first time to, in this case, Senegal, I was quite shocked talking to people directly on the ground in the agricultural industry, hearing how much post-harvest losses we face in Africa. Just a rough figure, I heard in Senegal alone, 50,000 tons of mangoes are spoiled each year, which have to be imported in the end, because people like to have mangoes there. So it's not the economic loss because people or farming women or men, they couldn't sell it. it's also that the fruits which are missing because of spoilage have to be imported from other countries. So it's a double effect adding up. And with having this experience in mind, we said, okay, why not extending our activities and also thinking what is the right solution for providing, let's call it semi-industrialized refrigeration equipment to these countries with the meeting the requirements arising from these countries. Requirements not only from the agricultural and food preservation side, for sure that's the focus, but also in handling the equipment. How are the people trained? What is about spare parts availability? How many technicians do we have? Another thing is the last years, and also in the second panel discussion, we heard a lot about let's say renewable energy, the provision of energy. Food preservation is always linked to power consumption. But having this more or less well explored the last years, also the part of irrigation, so increasing the harvest, there is still a lack of proper preservation. So in this field, we are trying to provide solutions linked with trainings of people, and also providing an infrastructure where the farming people can come to ask for, let's say, a simple cold store, and also the service to keep the cold store up and running. I don't want to know how much used cooling containers, which you can find in every harbor, are standing around in whole Africa not running, because it's just a but it's a complicated technology. So that's the second part of our idea. We have to provide simple but effective and efficient solution to the countries and to the farmers and fishermen to keep their products in a good quality, in a good shape for own consumption, but also for creating the potential exporting the goods.
Thank you very much. I think it's very interesting that you mentioned the example of the mangoes and the huge waste that we have. And I can confirm that it is actually not only in Senegal, and it's not only for mangoes, it is all kind of fruits that, that are wasted because of a lack of conservation equipment. So I think that this is, this kind of very concrete, very clear, simple issues that need to be tackled definitely to be able to, to bring agriculture to another stage. So let us now Mr. Sheikh Amadou Bemba, who runs Copéol in Senegal, the second largest peanut oil mill in the country, to tell us also about the experience of this company and what are the kind of challenges also that you can see in developing more this junction between agriculture and industry in the country. Mr. Bamba.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gilles, and thanks everybody for having me and giving me the opportunity to share my experience here in Senegal. I think it's a big challenge here to work in the agro-industry sector, and especially in peanut industry. And to share my experience, Copéol is being the second largest oil mill in the country dealing with peanuts. And what we have faced for the last couple of years is that peanut is a very sensitive sector in Senegal, and quite a social crop, a social cash crop. So it means that at one time, the government is very attentive to what's going on in the sector. And in the past few years, I mean, we've seen also as the government at one privatized the biggest company in Senegal, we had the crop that was being exported to China. At one point, the government was so focused on having to give a revenue to the producer that we had a big challenge of being able to have the peanut for our own industry. And all that was basically based on a distortion that well, in China, if you produce oil in here and send it to China, you get taxed. As where you take the peanuts and send it to the Chinese industry, then you pay no tax on it. So it put a distortion on a local crusher here in Senegal. So we were facing a lot of challenges as an oil crusher, because in the past we used to cater the European market with the peanut oil, which is an oil that is quite expensive and quite exclusive, but we were not able to make the factory work. But what we decided to do was at one point go to and find cooperatives and give them seeds, almost 6,000 tons of seeds, 10,000 tons of fertilizer, and try to have contract farming so that when they finish their crop, they're not obligated to sell to my own company, but they will have to pay the seeds and the fertilizer and have a part of their crop that they will have to sell in order to cover their contracts. But it worked in some years, but with the pressure that the exporter of the peanuts has put on on the price, so it meant that local companies were in a very bad shape. But luckily, I would say, the government, I mean, we told them, we explained that all this, if the Chinese was able to, or exporter, I would say, were able to pay more, it wasn't based on philanthropy. It was just a matter of market, because China consumed a lot of peanut oil. It's a specialty oil for them, like olive oil is in Europe. But I think now they understand, and they are trying to basically make solutions, whereas the oil factory will be definitely will be kept before they allow the export. And I've heard that also they're having the agropole, which we are part of it, because what we do is you try to. We try to explain to the government, whereas if we have 100,000 tons of peanuts that we crush our capacity, that we want to go to 200,000 tons, putting us in an agropole, it will mean that what we can do as Copperol, we can basically transform and contract with the producer, transform the peanuts in Senegal, have some value added on the peanut shell, because the peanut shell, I mean, 30%, those who know the peanut, 30% is shell. It's a biofuel, so that we can burn it and create electricity and vapor to cater the other industry. Because what we try to do is be part of an industrial zone where we will be able to generate electricity and also generate steam for process to those who will transform other cereals in the agropole center, which mean in Kaolack, those who knows the Senegal region. And as a matter of fact, also what I understand and what my team and I understood is that there is a lot of opportunity in the agriculture and its business as well. And we try to enter the cashew industry. The cashew industry in the southern part of the country, where we contract with producers, peanut growers also have cashew, and we found out that the cashew, most of it is exported from Senegal, Ivory Coast, sent to Vietnam and processed there, and before it goes to the European market. I mean, we don't think that it's the best way to do. We try to invest also in the transformation in the southern part of the country in Casamance, to also make sure that the value added is realized on the country, and so that we can pay more. And as the same also that we've seen on the corn. Senegal imports for the poultry and the animal feed sector something like 500,000 tons of maize. But the problem is that there's a distortion also on taxes. If you can import maize with almost free of duty, and then use it as in your process, it means that you will never develop a local maize crop. So those challenges that we are trying to discuss with the government and try to make sure that they understand, and they should make sure that they have some industry, local industry here. And for the demand of the local industry for cash crop, they can develop the agriculture. So what we try to do right now is, as a private company, try to go with cooperatives, with producers association, try to give them like seeds, fertilizer, and so, and contract with them in order to have the crops to run our factories.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Challenges also sometimes are yes.
Yes, thank you. I think we are already running out of time, and I would really like to hear you also about what your own interpretation of agricultural renaissance. But before coming back to you, I will ask the question to Mrs. Diallo. What do you mean by agricultural renaissance in the context of the Gambia and the region? And to what extent do you think that the challenges of environmental preservation that we all know now, climate change, that can be reconciled with the need to develop our production, local production in the countries of the region? So what your
yes.
Yeah, please
right.
Go ahead.
I think, as underlining the African agricultural renaissance, it's really important sometimes to say, what do we have a comparative advantage in? For example, overall, the world appetite is changing, especially if you focus on Western countries or even in Germany and Italy and other parts of the world. People are becoming interested in consuming plant proteins, in other things, a change of palate. There's a focus also on some vegetarianism. So there's some species of plants or things that we've had here for, I can say, for millennia. We've been growing it. And I think it's really an advantage for us to bring this to the world market, because I think the time is right and to implement this. I think in lieu of the environmental impact, you would find out that as farmers, we really feel it firsthand. We're on the frontier or the front line of this situation. And I think overall, it is in our responsibility, but this also goes with knowledge. Sometimes some of the activities people don't know are harmful. So I think that goes in education, in letting people know what kind of ways in which we can both grow responsibly and to provide for humanity, but to do it in a way that is sustainable. There's also a lack of knowledge, and I think that's where Grover comes into place and saying that, look, with our fellow colleagues and farmers, especially the women, to say we can do this and this and this to preserve our environment, because it's in our best interest as farmers. I can't destroy my soil because that's what I need to use. So, and mostly we are also having a market where really we're key on organic. You know, it makes business sense, but it also makes sense for the environment. So this is really something that we are interested in, and we would need more training, more education, and more knowledge also on how to implement that.
Thank you very much. I will ask Mr. Valiter maybe also about the capacity to adapt your products to the kind of environmental challenges that that we have, for example, in West African countries. I guess that it's quite different as a context from from your own country in Germany, for example. So to what extent your products can be adapted to local realities and also to the local challenges ahead due to climate change?
No, I mean, for sure you can adapt our products to work more efficient or most efficient, and also to the local requirements. First of all, while you're talking the difference between, for example, Germany and Africa, for sure, it's the temperature. If you have a colder environment, to food preservation is less power consuming than in hot environments. That's a natural given. However, I give you an example as you introduced myself that we also do fish preservation stuff. The best means for preserving fish is ice. So we are producing plants and machinery to produce the ice, and you can produce the same type of ice with machineries, and the power consumption difference can be between 10 and 20%. This is just, I don't want to go in technical details, but this is fact. So, however, I'm not saying that the more efficient plants are also the more complex plants. However, we have to find the right balance, because in my first statement, I said there is a post-harvest loss. So what does it help if you save, let's say, 10% of energy in food preservation, but on the other side, you use a lot of energy to, let's say, to boost your harvest capacity, and then after that it gets spoiled. So in my point of view, this is there must be a good balance. That for sure the equipment must work most energy efficient. In best case, the energy comes from photovoltaic panels, hydropower, some environmental friendly, or at least not too much CO2 emitting source. But in the other side, it has to be handleable by the people. And this is my not interpretation, but I would say that's the core, in my point of view, of the agricultural renaissance in Africa, to find the right combination between market, and I think the market is a big chance, and there is a big market. But market means also quality standards, quality regulation. In the fish, we in Europe, we have a lot of companies get certified with the MSC to have a label for sustainable fishing and so on. Then the other thing in the triangle is the way to a certain industrialization. I'm not meaning the type of that everything is done by huge companies, but I'm talking in a way that proper processes are introduced in countries. That, for example, each little farmer has his own field or a couple of fields, and then to build, for example, hubs where they can bring their harvest, and in this hub there is a proper storage to store the food, and from there it's collected and then processed, so that it's more efficient, but still in a way still in the African way. Now it's handled now. So.
Thank you. I think I can feel already the stress of the organizers given the very short time which is left. And so what I would propose is maybe to see if we have one or two questions, and then I will offer each of you, if you have a panelist, an opportunity to close with some messages that you think are key that you want to share with us. So Mrs. Anna, do we have some questions?
Yes, let me just read a question addressed to all the panelists. What are recommendations for entrepreneurs who work in the processing of agriculture commodities in general, I think?
Thank you. So who want to take that one?
The farmer.
Okay, the farmer, please go ahead.
Yeah,
quickly,
I think one thing about processing, it's important for your source. I think the number one step is to make sure that you have a reliable source that is already giving quality. So already at the first step for production is consistency, quality and consistency before production. So this is something that in having the agricultural sector be what it is, especially for the farming side, we can be able to consistently provide you with the quality materials you need. So, very important.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question, Hannah?
Yes, another question is, what do you consider the best invention in agriculture benefiting SMEs on the continent in the last few years?
So maybe Mr. Bamba, and we'll use that opportunity also to have your words, your final words as well. If you want to respond to the question and maybe tell us a little bit about the public policies that you are trying to push for here in Senegal to make sure that we have more local transformation, because I think you mentioned clearly this, which I think is the key challenges is to not to export raw products, but to have more transformation locally. So Mr. Sheikh Amadou Bamba, would you like to share your final thoughts? Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I think right now, as we've seen, it's just like Europe, and also is more and more regarding to where whatever we export, whatever transformed product that we export to Europe, how it's made, how it's grown, and also the relationship with the industry and the producers. And right now we try to even have a contract with the farmers and try to develop organic products and look and be more pay very more attention on how the farmer grows the crop, and also what's used in the process. And I think that there is a great opportunity for like transformer or industrials to be much closer to the farmer, and also see it as a partnership, because we have opportunity together to be able to create value added, not only for the final customer, but for everybody that is involved in the filière, like we say, in the sector. And I think that that's a good opportunity, and also we have to talk and push toward the authorities, and also people to know too, because we have some distortion still when people export, or also tax differences that we must ease in order to be able to have an agriculture that will be beneficial to the producers and to everybody, and at the end also to governments, because stronger producers, stronger industry will be good for the local governments.
Thank you very much. I think the complementarity between public policies and also the work of the producers is extremely important. And I might also say that the fact that citizens of the country are involved in public debate on all these issues is extremely important. Of course, I'm talking from the perspective of a citizen think tank. I would like to ask Mr. Waliter for his final words as well, kind of message, especially about the value of partnership between European companies like German companies and the companies of Senegal and the West African companies generally. What is the value added for you of this kind of partnership?
Okay, I keep it short. It is important now to keep the pace which is currently in the market, take their own natural resources, which is rich in the countries, their own habits, and combine it with the available technology, which you can find either locally, partly, but mainly in Europe, and try to make the best out of it. And I think this will be benefiting both the European countries and also the African countries. And I think we can be part of it as providing, as I said before a couple of times, a proper food preservation to fully utilize the harvest, which is increasing the last years, and so boost the output and reduce the loss.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just 1 minute for Mrs. Jallo, so that the organizers are happy and we are not too late. We'll be only 5 minutes late. Mrs. Jallo, the farmer, I would like to end with you because I think that your story from Wall Street to agriculture is very interesting and very inspiring also for a lot of youth in the region. So your last words.
Okay, so I'm lucky enough to be a farmer at the table. I have a seat at the table. But representing my colleagues who never get a chance to be online, the majority of the end users for any technology coming will be women. The people working on the farms and the gardens are women. But at the end of the day, there's still a gigantic funding gap when it comes to women's businesses or organizations. Although the World Bank studies have shown, and everywhere else, that women are 99% likely to pay back loans. So if we're talking about an African agricultural renaissance, there has to be an investment in these women, and also the fact that they can have access to healthcare, because they really are the inheritors and the driving force for agriculture and the renaissance that we're speaking of. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great way of ending this conversation. Thank you again. Thank you all of you for your for your insight, and thank you to all the participants and the organizers for associating Wati and myself to this conversation. So
thank you.
Hope to be in touch again and have another opportunity to discuss. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we are back in studio. Thanks to all the panelists also of this roundtable, the agricultural renaissance. The very last important sentence said by Mrs. Aloya Jallo. Women are the main producers and also the main consumers in the first row, so they should be absolutely be involved in the projects and in the supply chains of a new agricultural approach and development. I'm back here on the stage, and I'm happy to have also at my side Mr. Jean-Claude Chachouang. I will present you later better. We will have a small talk wrapping up the discussions of this morning as much as possible concretely. But before that, we are also very proud to have here today the final words of the German Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development, Mr. Gerd Müller.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is fascinating. challenging and a huge opportunity. There are just 14 kilometers between Europe and its neighboring continent. The average age in Africa is about 20 years. Its population is growing dynamically. By 2050, it will double, reaching 2.5 billion. Before COVID-19, 6 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies were in Africa. The challenges are great, but we can meet them. Climate change and energy, food, health. What is needed in Africa above all is investment and innovation. And it is great that you, as medium and small-sized companies, are at this conference to discuss about investing in Africa. There's much room for increased activity. At the moment, only 1% of German foreign investment goes to Africa. But investments cannot come from the state. We can only support. We have set up a development investment fund providing up to 1 billion euro for investments made by European companies. The Development Investment Fund promotes innovation and creates jobs. We are now expanding our fund with a market entry program for renewable energy. And in order to address the consequences of the COVID-19 lockdowns, we are currently helping countries and protect jobs. And through its special initiative on training and job creation, we are giving support to companies that train skilled workers in our partner countries. Ladies and gentlemen, we need an investment compact with Africa, and we need to expand the Green Deal to Africa. Responsible investment creates a triple win. Market opportunities for your companies, jobs and a better future for people, and supply chains that are resilient to crisis. The 21st century can become the African century. Make sure to be a part of it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Gerd Müller, German Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. I think you could not have said better words. The 21st century will be the African century, and make sure to be part of it. Mr. Jean-Claude Chachouang, after several years in the United States as Executive Director at the World Bank, responsible for many programs in the Francophone African countries, you decided now to go back to Africa, to go back to your home country, to Cameroon, and to become again an entrepreneur. We have heard very much things this morning about investment opportunities, about agriculture, renewable energies, and digital economy, and so on and so forth, the difficulties and challenges that the entrepreneurs see, but also the possibilities and opportunities. And what would you like to explain me a little bit your business that you have started now recently, and what do you think is exactly, let's say, your perception regarding the problems but also possibilities, and why did you, let's say, leave the US and go back to do that?
Thank you, Stefan, for this really interesting question. Like you say, I spent 30 of my life in the US, working on the policy making side. I started with the IMF, and then I moved to the World Bank, where in the last 4 years I was executive director for 23 countries in Francophone and Portuguese-speaking countries.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So that was a very important position where I really helped the country in terms of, the policy side, the reforms and things of that nature. Of course, also financing from the World Bank to really create the environment, improve the environment for business. And, when last year I came to my term, I thought that where I will be more useful is in Africa. And also really to move into also the entrepreneur side. It's also a dream that I had when I was a child. So for me, it's an opportunity today really to also show that there is possibility. And I think, like you mentioned, there is a tremendous, opportunity in Africa in different sector, all over the place. But I decided to go first into agriculture, agro-industry, because also I think that's really the backbone of the economy. So I start with a pineapple farm, not far, like 50 kilometers from the capital city, Yaoundé. And I also to move into fish farm. I think these are, actually in Cameroon, there is a huge deficit in fish. The country has a demand of about 500,000 tons of fish, and the country is producing only 300,000. So the country exports like 200,000 tons of frozen fish.
Import.
The import.
Yeah, you said export.
200,000 of frozen fish, which is not also really, in terms of health, not good enough.
Ecology,
yes.
Also.
So this is an opportunity for Cameroonian entrepreneurs, even also foreign entrepreneurs, to step in. And the government has put in place, a program to really encourage, entrepreneurs to go into that sector. So I'm trying to seize that opportunity and go into it.
Maybe you would find even Italian entrepreneurs in the field of aquaculture.
That's one of the reasons I'm also here.
Confapi has many companies
to find,
in that sector.
Entrepreneur that can partner with me to meet that challenge. My goal is to produce in the next 3 years something like 5,000 tons of fish, of tilapia, because there is a deficit of 25,000 of tilapia in the.
This is a sweetwater fish, tilapia.
Yes.
It's a sweetwater fish.
Yes, exactly.
So you could do it also with aquaponics.
Aquaponics.
Combine it with.
Yes, or using cage.
Yep.
So this is really an area, and this is, like you say, it's an appeal to, Italians and investor and European investor in general to join me in really trying to meet the demand. So there is a lot of opportunity, like I mentioned, in different areas, but there is also challenge, some challenge. And I think some of the, the roundtable of this morning really highlight those challenges. I think infrastructure, especially road and energy, these are some of, but we can overcome those challenges. I think technology today, using solar and others, I mean, we can do that. One of other challenge I'm seeing is, and that we discussed yesterday, it's access to finance, especially in the agriculture sector.
Yep.
Traditional banks, they don't want to lend to agriculture because they find it very risky.
And it's for only very small tickets. No?
And it's also, yeah, exactly. So I think this is an area where really we are looking for, and that's why I think, foreign investment can really help, bridge the gap in that sector.
Yep.
And I think yesterday also we mentioned concerning the financial sector, it's not really only about money, it's also how we can improve the local market, the local financial market.
Yeah.
Improve the local, so that we can also raise the money from the local financial market.
That's it.
Because really the local financial market, it's really an early stage.
Yep.
So we, an area where I think EU can help also is how to deepen that local financial market. And yesterday also we mentioned digitalization. I think that's also very, very important. Another challenge that I see, it's really to have, trained workers. With the demographic boom, there is a lot of entrepreneurs in the educational sector. I see in Cameroon really private school almost everywhere, from elementary to secondary and even, higher
professional
education.
training, whatever.
But they are general training. They're missing the vocational. And that's where the country is missing really trained workers. And I think that's also an area where I think really
cooperation with European companies.
European Union can really help. And I think that was one of the themes yesterday that we discussed.
European entrepreneurs, our Confederation of SME associations, has got also one member, which is the European Association of Professional Training Institutions.
Exactly.
So they really are entrepreneurs in the field of professional training. So
that will really help.
Cooperate with you.
That will really help.
Maybe before we continue, I would like to also welcome our colleague from PACCI, Kebur Genadesta, which is connected with us from Accra in Ghana. He's there for the AFCTFA conference. No, African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is, let's say, the single, in nutshell, the African single market starting up as a free trade agreement. Kebur, are you connected? Maybe not yet. Okay. Maybe he's not there yet, that's not a problem. Then we continue. Once he's there, you can please let him in directly, and we continue our discussion, because I was very interested that you said, okay, I decided not only to realize a dream of my youth and to go in these crucial sectors, which are where is also big market. No? There is a demand, as you said, 200,000 tons of fish can be produced also inside the country, and with aquaculture in a rational and modern, innovative way. But also you understand exactly what are the problems, let's say, for the entrepreneurs. And you started listing, like yesterday's program was from behind. So we ended with the financial solutions, but before that we had the professional training. And before that, you might remember, we were also talking about entrepreneurship, so taking over risks. Yeah? And that is, of course, also a thing that is, I will not say difficult and impossible in Africa. The contrary, most probably, is the truth. But it must be also supported entrepreneurship. So we must say from the beginning, from the school and from the families, we must say, okay, your will to strive for success, your will to have a future, your will to have to improve, to have a better life, can really be realized if you learn to take responsibility. Don't say always it's the others. That you say, okay, I put away a little bit of money and then build up my small activity. Maybe I collect something in the family and among friends, because the banking system is not working that well. But that is also in Europe not very much different. and then you start your business and you get step by step, you do it. Of course, to start it, you need a good training also. You must know how to do something very well in order to be competitive. So it is very interesting, and it's a great thing that you decided to go back. And what would you suggest, let's say, to young people in Africa that maybe would consider to become an entrepreneur? What should they do first?
Yes, I think we need to realize that today, really, we cannot rely only on the government to create jobs. And there are very few jobs from the government. And what we are advising young people is, if you are looking for a job and you cannot find it, you need to go and create your own enterprise and create jobs. But like you say, I mean, we need a kind of environment where people who wants to go into the entrepreneurship route will find, the environment to do it. And we are trying to see now, some incubator also building in the country, where people can go and a young entrepreneur can go and also create prototype and things like that, where they can get some training to really become entrepreneur.
Yep.
One thing also which is very important and where the people who have ideas need help is, create bankable project. People have Yes, people have idea of, a business idea, but they need to make it into bankable project.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's where also I think the EU can help with upstream work, where you help people put in place, a business plan so that, idea can be translated into concrete business plan, and so they can also find a way in the bank,
That what our colleague Linda Onyango yesterday said, that we need to have also entrepreneurship coaching.
Entrepreneurship coaching.
Like Ondernemers for Ondernemers, our Belgian member, Entrepreneurs for Entrepreneurs. It is 70 retired entrepreneurs and managers of big companies from Europe, which coach now young entrepreneurs in Africa, how to set up their business, their bank, their budget, their finances.
Exactly. And many people who have ideas, sometimes they don't have the financial background.
Yeah.
And so we are talking about financial literacy and things like that. This is also very critical.
Yeah.
So these are some of the ideas I think, we need to put in place really to encourage.
That is, let's say, in a nutshell, I would say, the message that we want to send out here from Rome, and Dakar, and from Brussels, and online, from, let's say, the EU-African SME Summit, that we have to spell out a clear SME agenda for economic cooperation and development among Europe and Africa, to make it easier, to make it possible for European companies to invest in Africa, to be part of that century of opportunities, but also, of course, to do that together with their fellow African entrepreneurs, to develop together and to grow a new class of entrepreneurs in the continent and in the many countries which are booming step by step. It's becoming more interesting to go there. And we all shall see that there are details that we have to look at. And that is exactly all these points that we were spelling out today. And we are looking forward, of course, to the EU-AU Business Forum and Political Summit next year in February in Brussels under the French presidency. And we will insist there, of course, that also SMEs have got their special agenda, which is slightly different from that of the bigger companies. Although we, of course, cooperate with them in the supply chains, if possible, with Merck, with Enel, with Eni, with also with Turkish Airlines, of course, which is a very important cargo partner for transports. But we need to focus, first of all, on the SMEs, because those are the companies that are resilient, which are the last ones that set off people in a crisis, which are the first ones to employ again after a crisis, and that always flexibly adapt to the different conditions of a market, to the challenges that we need to give an answer to. And here we need many people to give their part, and this is the creative class of small, medium-sized entrepreneurs in Europe and in Africa. I thank you very much, everybody, for following us today and yesterday during our business forum. I thank also Jean-Claude Chachouang for having joined us here in Rome, taking the whole long trip to come here. But your experience and your international profile also very much interesting to be included in our discussions, and we will continue on this way. We have also agreed with our colleague Emmanuel Agha yesterday, which unfortunately could not finish to present his business, that we will do a webinar on Innovective's digital solutions for access to finance and mobile banking and mobile payment, which is very interesting, and I invite you to do so, to stay with us, connected with us on our B2B platform called African-European-Entrepreneurs. Now, the second part of this day today is dedicated to B2B meetings. But before, I would like to ask my colleagues in the Technic, is Mr. Genadesta now connected? Obviously not. Okay. Then unfortunately there must have been a problem with the connection for him from Ghana. But he will be, of course, one of our partners because he is the executive director of PACCI, the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is our continental partner in Africa. For the afternoon, as I said, we have arranged the possibility for you to meet with the other participants of the business forum, of this SME summit. And you can do that through our platform where you have registered. You can see here you have registered on this platform, which has the address SME Summit 2021 and then .african-european-entrepreneurs.com. Once you are there, of course, you have to log in. No? As you, when you registered, you logged in and created then your profile. This is your profile. Once you are logged in, you get on your own profile, and then you can choose up in the menu point participants to search for the other participants that you might find interesting. To do that, you have on the left a series of filters, which can be the country, which can be the sector, the interest that they have, maybe that they are looking for partnership, for distribution, for sales, or they are looking for a joint venture, for common development, business development, or they are, as I said, from specific countries. The whole platform is also in 4 languages available, so in French, in English, in German, and Italian. And once you have found them, the filters give you directly a result. You can choose the ones that are proposed by the system, and you can request a meeting with them. Once you do that, it is possible to schedule the meeting. I think it's 20 minutes time. Inside the same platform, you can do one-to-one video meetings without connecting externally with another tool, with whatever. And so you can do it inside this platform, and to get the first contact with somebody that might be your potential future business partner or even co-worker, who knows. I hope that you will be able to arrange interesting meetings. If you can't afford to do it today, you might also do it later on, because all those who have agreed to be migrated to the African European Entrepreneurs business-to-business platform are welcome to do that also in the future, because we will migrate you now to this platform where then will be present more than 2,000 companies from over 80 countries in the world. So thank you very much for having been with us yesterday, today. Thanks again to Confapi as the main organizer here in Rome. Thanks also to BVMW, which has strongly supported the organization internationally and in Dakar, together with Konrad Adenauer Foundation, KAS, with the GIZ, and also thanks, of course, to all our sponsors, starting from Intesa San Paolo, Turkish Airlines, Eni, Enel, Merck, and also the all bilateral institutions, pension and training institutions of Confapi. I thanks to all the people that have listened to us, that have participated, to the speakers, and of course also to our technical production from 99.biz here in Rome in the National Gallery for Modern Arts, Modern and Contemporary Arts. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Small and medium enterprises, SMEs, are the backbone of European economy. They're not just an economic model, but a social one too. With a rapidly changing economy, new business opportunities need to be grasped. Collaboration between Africa and Europe is more important today than ever before, developing direct contacts in order to build trust. Together, we can create better conditions for business opportunities, with common goals to boost economic and social cooperation. To do this, we need ideas to foster investment policies between Europe and Africa. We want to nurture hope for a new success, stimulating private investments towards a sustainable economy. Shared values based on a new culture of respect for the environment and for human beings. We must look at the future, educating next generations. And we're working to build a new entrepreneurial spirit with new jobs, inclusive growth, and social stability. All this will be possible only investing on entrepreneurship, vocational training, and investments. Our goal is to bring together European and African entrepreneurs, encouraging them to cooperate and co-invest, and supporting them to create alliances and joint ventures. A sustainable future means acting together. EU African SME Summit 2021.